Okay, so we're picking up where we left off in RimWorld, where we have been doing a 100% pollution swamp hill run. So for those who haven't seen the 100% pollution runs, they are a different challenge that has kind of a slower pace to it. And if you're wondering why it has a slower pace, so all of that is yellow, red, and blue, I can't build on particularly well because it can't load bear because it's swamp. And then on top of that, all the red you see out there is polluted. So that's one of those things that if my people are out into it for any length of time, it's a bad time. And also, we need to deal with, once again, the Toxalope eating my crops because I have very little grow space to deal with here. So I cannot have them eating all my food. But, we are also doing the no research random research mods. Sorry, we're not doing the no research. We're doing the random research. No, we are doing the random research. My god, please just say it correctly. We are doing the no research mod. We are not doing the random research mod. Because the random research mod does not work with anomaly. Would you please hit it? Is that a fatal hit? Yep, that's good enough for me. Cool. Alright. Is this the run with no Pollux tree starts? Yeah, there's no Pollux trees to start with. We do have 2 now. When your pollution's high enough, they'll grow naturally. And I mean very rarely grow naturally. It's like the, what is the anima tree, where it will, after a little while of not having one, it will pop up if there's a place for it to pop up. Okay. So I took care of them. And we're just gonna hang here for just a moment till that clears up. So we don't run around in the pollution and die. Words are hard? Yes. That's fine. I just didn't want them to stand in like the big clouds of pollution when it was at its maximum. Yeah, because we've been hunting the animals as they hit our farms. Because unfortunately, because of this and not having wood, I can't really fence this in easy. So we're just dealing with the animals constantly getting in here and eating our stuff. Let's go check here on our toxic buildup. Lardine has pretty high, but Luxray's fine, so Luxray can be out and about. You know, I'm gonna chip down some of these like stone columns here and we'll put brick in there. But yeah, so what we are trying to do is right now we're mostly just carving in here, not because I specifically want a mountain base, but it's the only place that doesn't have a ridiculous amount of pollution. So the way this ends up working is when it comes to pollution here, I do have the rules that I can't just pack it up and walk it off the map or drop pod it out. That's usually the ways you deal with your pollution. But for the nature of the way we're doing this challenge, that's against the rules. And so instead what I have to do is I have to baggy up the pollution. You've got these Pollux trees here. And if we look at the Pollux tree, it does very slowly absorb the pollution around it. So you bag it up, you drop it in the tree slowly absorbs it. And then from there we go and just, we go and we take the, like we bag it up, it decays there, it drops on the ground. And then once it's decayed, then we can turn around and have it, we can have it get absorbed, and that just, you know, removes a tiny bit of pollution from the map, little by little. So that could be a fatal amount. Nope, probably not. Good enough for me. But yeah, so that's what we're kind of dealing with here, is just trying to contain it. So it will be a thing that what will happen is as we clear out these bags of pollution, we just carve out a little bit more into the pollution to make it safe for us and all that. One of the major downsides we're going to run into this run, though, is that only goes so fast, and there's not a whole lot we can do about it. It's also going to be a thing in this run that I'm going to have to deal with moisture pumps. We're going to need lots of moisture pumps. So it is just going to take time for all of that stuff to get sorted out. But we'll get there. We don't have the anomaly, like we have anomaly turned on, but we haven't activated the monolith yet. I am taking my time to turn on the monolith stuff. We will ultimately turn it on. I like the anomaly stuff, but right now in this phase of the game, if a Revenant shows up, the run's over. Because I can't, well actually no, I take that back. We should be able to do that alright this time. We got thermal, yeah, the last time we did this, I literally didn't have a thermal vent on the map. This time we have 2 of them, and both of them are relatively usable. They're not great, because if we look here, you know, geothermal's there. I'd have to put, like, wood on the side and all that. That's not going to work out well. It's the same with this one, is I'd have to put wood on this side. So I don't, like, I want to try, like, I'm going to have to deal with it, but that's going to be a pain point. Unknown Nomads. I don't have food for you yet. We've been really struggling on our foods front. I really like taking the refugees and doing those. I honestly do. But our food has been on the fence this whole time, and is going to continue to be that way for the time being. So that's just something we're going to sort it out. The other problem we have is basically no wood. If we look at the map, we go tree. I've got 3 rat palm down here on the edge. I've got the anima tree, and I've got the 2 pollux trees. And the pollux tree, cutting those down is just a real bad time. So the reality of how we're dealing with this is I'm having to depend on fiber corn for my cooking right now. So that's no fun. So that's the reason why it's probably going to be a big deal that we do get that geothermal up and running. But it's going to take us a while to get there. I just don't have anything else I could use as a reliable source of power. Because we have the wind turbines, but it's the same thing with how much of this is the way. I can only have like a wind turbine kind of out in the open where it's exposed. And it just means when you have a raid, they'll just trash if I can't meet them and fight them right where they're at. So I gotta be able to enclose it. And that's the swamp hill limiting us, not the pollution challenge part. You're ravenously hungry and in intense pain. We'll eat something. You have food poisoning? Yeah, that'll do it. But that's also why you don't see any torches or lights or anything turned on, is the wood is such a desperate situation, we're definitely not going to waste on that. Hey, and Jay Walker hitting a 100 stream streak, catching the last 100 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. It's a heckin' long time to keep tuning in, so thank you so much for all that. It means a lot. We did research tree sowing, we just got it recently, so what I'm probably going to do is when I can get one of these tiles over here, I can shove like a tree in. That'll still be something. In fact, for right now we don't have... Oh yeah, we do. I actually don't know of these trees which one's the best. So we have cypress is grow time 35, and 60 yield. We have the maple, which is grow time 27, and like half the yield, so that's definitely not the winner. We've got maple, which I think I literally just looked at. We got willow, which is grow time 13 days and 27. Honestly, it's looking like the willow is where it's at. So let's go ahead and get some willow trees going. It won't be much, it'll be just the one tree right there. But for all these spots I can't really use for much else, let's see if we can't squeeze in some other trees. Let me just delete this spot there. Because I can't remember, what's your yield when you fully grow? 2. And how long do you take to grow? 6 days? Okay, so I would need to do about 14 of these. So we look at this, I would need about 14 of these that I process per, you know, per 7 or like what was it? 17 days? 13 days. So yeah, so this basically takes 2 grow cycles of this, and this is the equivalent of about 7 of them. But if I can get the wood up, I can put a fence around here and get these animals to stop. Well, not a fence, we can put a wall around here. And then once I have that where I can actually contain the animals so they stop eating my crops, we'll be in much better shape. Okay, we got a raid attacking immediately. 1 person with a club. And I'm moving over here, that way they have to walk towards the water. He wasn't taking the bait. I was gonna kite him for safety, but he's stuck onto the people there. Alright, so what'd you take for a hit? Yeah, so nothing serious. You did get your leg pretty badly whacked. Where are you going? Why are you going there? Why are you moving down here? What? Just go over there. Oh, you know I'm betting. Expand area 1. Yeah, that's a problem. Clear area 1. Not that spot. Okay, now you should be good. He was trying to get back to the zone he was stage 2, and because there's that weird little door there, he was trying to take him to the door. Because it's technically in the zone. That's why everyone's eating raw food right now, is just the lack of wood. And steel will also end up being precious for us. Like, right now it's not a pain point, but it will become one. Yeah, one of the other big things is we are in a tropical swamp. So disease is going to be rampant, and we have 0 heal root growing right now. I want to fix that, but to fix that I need to reclaim more of this map from the pollution. Oh, the other big downside is as these decay, they will trigger waste pack infestations, which is just basically like the hive infestations you get in here. The difference is instead of a hive popping up that just generates more and more, it pops up like a giant pile of cocoons. And then if you get too close to or disturb the cocoons, then all of the things pop out and attack. Oh, and our ancient danger's right here. That's the corner of our ancient danger right there. So my intent is if we ever do have like a really big trade caravan that we you know, wouldn't mind things happening to. Oh, I forgot we're having a baby. Oh, right, and it was our doctor who's having a baby. I totally forgot about that. That's gonna be a bad time. I'm really hoping nothing happens with Strider in that one, because that is not going to be the best for us. Oh, that'll work. that cobra is going to probably start eating all those things. So we can go ahead and stop hunting the little rats and all that on the map for a moment. Who is the daddy? Who was the one we partnered with? Soul Adams. Which we do already have the crib and all that. We just, you know, we're not really in a good situation for having a baby here. Like food has been right on the fence of going away the whole time. Like, I feel like one of the things we do need to set up is I'm gonna need a dedicated hauling person. Alright, so what do we got here? I would like your medicine and I would like your food, if I can make that happen. I feel like we can. Everything but the cloth masks. We did finally get our cloth masks made, so that'll help a lot. Alright. So. Let's take you off hunting entirely. Take you off construction entirely. Take you off mining entirely. And just let some of them start getting some hauling done. Because that way what'll happen is as we harvest these, we can haul them in before we start running into problems with all the food and all that rotting. Or not even rotting, that's not even the big issue. It's the wild animals just eating everything. And that's definitely not enough to take on an ancient danger. If it's not, like, if it's anything of substance, that won't work for it. So my hope is that this cobra being on them, well, actually the cobra's just gonna die from toxic buildup, never mind. I was gonna say, my hope was that with the, with everything going on, we would be able to just take care of the, or sorry, that the cobra would just take care of the local animals that are getting out of control, but nope. Storage, allow, rotten. It's fine, we'll just leave it that way. Okay, so they've almost finished smoothing out this whole section of the base. And then we'll also queue up that to be mined out. Manhunter pack of raccoons. We got 3 raccoons coming in. Let's have them stay just inside the pollution here. And sorted. So you took a wee nibble on the neck. Cool, man. So only one of those got through and didn't instantly rot. Did you treat them? Please treat them. It is a neck wound. It should be taken seriously. I'm gonna put them back onto being hunted. Because one, like I said, they're eating my plants, which is the big problem. And then two, their food. Like, I'm actually surprised the number of animals I'm dealing with on the map with the toxic buildup, the almost complete lack of vegetation, and all that. But as you can see, they pop by and they eat the crops like every single day. The good news is with the Toxalope out of here, they're not that bad, because the Toxalope eat like 3 or 4 a pass, whereas the other animals usually just eat a single plant. You go ahead and haul that. Alright. It'll also help a lot once we get some wood and we can actually cook some meals. It also helps a lot that we finally have our face masks. That's actually a very big win for our entire effort. Because having those face masks at all just reduces the amount of pollution we build up so much. It's a 50% protection, which does actually help out more than just the 50%, just by the fact that it takes that much longer to build up going in and out, which means they can actually have it drop off faster too. That's gonna go all the way through, isn't it? Huh. That's fine, but it does mean I will need to wall it off. I don't think I want to make it a second door. It'd be just another place they'll attack from. I do think we will carve through to get the steel, though. Okay, what's your issue? You ate raw food, you observed a corpse, you're not feeling well, it's dark. And I'm pretty sure the cobras won't hunt people. They'll hunt children. But I'm pretty sure they'll leave, like, adults alone. If I remember correctly. Not that it matters, that cobra's not going to have much longer to live. If we check its health tab, it's probably at serious already. Yeah, so it'll collapse from toxic buildup soon enough. Okay. Sorry. And everyone's clothes is just made out of light leather. And do you know why? We kill a whole lot of rats and all that. Oh, did you go down from food poisoning? Yeah. Food poisoning plus being super pregnant. That'll do it. Is no one gonna help you get to bed? That's just sad. Okay. Alright, so we almost got this whole thing walled off. Food poisoning is such a bad time. Is no one gonna feed you? Where's my other doctor? Hey, Soul Adams? Go feed Strider. Your wife informed you she is again? Congrats, I assume. Assuming that, you know, that's what you're hoping for and all that. Okay. That's always one of those ones that's like, yeah, excited? Definitely shocked though. Gotcha. Okay, that's good. Like that's always one of those ones and when someone like brings that up, you're like, okay, I hope this is something you wanted. Because I definitely know for a lot of people, it's a real stressful thing. Understandably. My understanding is the whole thing is the entire range of emotions. Especially with the first. I hear that's like the big thing with the first is just, you know, the excitement of it, the anxiety around it, you know, are you going to be good parents, are you not going to be good parents? Like, how's this going to impact your life? Like, going through, like, the whole mess of everything can just have you on just this absolute roller coaster. Which is good. If you're on the roller coaster, it means you're taking it seriously. The Strider is starving. So luckily they're no longer starving. Because they're going to be having a kid pretty much any time now. Alright, so we're getting actual not tox potatoes, just plain old regular not terrible potatoes. So life is improving into the colony. Little by little. So those will decay soon. Those will decay soon. It's definitely a roller coaster. We were a little older in life, but it is what it is. Go with the flow. Yeah. No, I gotcha. I'm honestly surprised you're not getting more toxic buildup than you are, even with like how good the masks are. That's still usually still have to send them back and say, hey, you're under restriction from time to time. Yeah, actually, and you're off restrictions, so we're good. Okay. So Strider can go grab their gun again. Just in case they have a raid, I want you to be ready for it. And we're getting more of our tox potatoes up as well. So it seems like we'll finally be stabilizing our food. Now the big thing is if I can actually get some wood in here so we can cook said food. Because eating raw food endlessly is not conducive for a very happy colony. And speaking of which, because I got nothing else for our construction person to work on, let's just go ahead and say, hey, go ahead and just go ahead and smooth out everything over here. Alright, so that's the next thing to consider here. So let's queue that up for being mined out. For those who missed what this is going to be our freezer. I'm really hoping that when we get up to this area, we'll find an area where the roof is thin and I'll be able to have like an internal freezer. If not, we'll just keep creeping out here till we manage to get it. But it would be really good to have that internal freezer. That's fine, we'll just leave it alone for right now. Because with that and the mountain tile, they can't drop pod into it. It basically means you don't have to worry about your freezer getting trashed. Oh, look. Trace amounts of wood. Finally. We could cook something. That was enough to fill it about 1/3 of the way for a single fueling. That's just enough to cook 2 rounds of meals. Maybe. It actually may not have been enough for 2 rounds of meals. It's gonna be right on the fence. Okay, 2 rounds of meals. Hey, come on, man. You know it wasn't gonna be 3 rounds of meals. Be realistic here. We get to have a single round of meals that's not raw food. Basically living in hecking luxury now. Cooked food? You know, cooked rat and tox potatoes? Ooh. Living the good life. This looks like Prison Architect? Yeah. So very genuinely, the Prison Architect devs came up with their game. And RimWorld, I want to say, even asked the devs of Prison Architect, said, hey, do you mind if we use a similar art style? And they were okay with it. So everything's on the up and up with that. I actually think it works very well. I think if RimWorld went with the way that your characters look genuinely kind of realistic, a lot of the pretty awful things that RimWorld would let you do would end up being not nearly as well received. Like, the part of the thing that lets you get away with allowing games to, like, have some, like, really heinous stuff in them is just, like, making them cartoony and silly and all that. So they don't hit on a serious note. Versus if it was like, hi.
Hi. More kisses for the hubby.
Mm-hmm. Love. Versus, like, if it was, like, you know, near photorealistic or whatever, it would be one of those things where, like, that doesn't hit good. Like, even with, like, the storytelling style of it, sometimes you'll have stuff in RimWorld you'll be like, don't like that. Especially some of the stuff with the kids. There's definitely stuff that happens to the kids in your game and you're like, no. This is a bad field. So, this poor person here, yeah, sorry. But, I can barely feed myself, so we're not taking on new colonists at this time. So I'm just gonna go ahead and, liberate you of your clothing. Don't worry about it. I'd love to take more colonists, but that's just not a thing I can realistically do right now. Alright, so I really need these bags to decay already, so I can get our next round of bags going. That's actually one nice thing about when it rains in this one, is it does make those bags decay faster. That said, there is a balance here that that tree only absorbs them so fast it's gonna fill in most of the stuff there. And if you get ahead of that balance, then just bad times ensue. Once our food starts stabilizing, I'm gonna pop the anomaly and we'll get that going. I'll also need to clear up a small little area around that so whoever's researching it isn't standing in toxic waste the whole time they're doing it. Because that'll be important for us, because I'm going to have a very major limit on my resources. But if we can get to bioferrite extraction pretty early, we'll be able to use bioferrite extraction as a means of making up for our limited amount of wood, and that we'll have a bunch of stuff we could use that for. Make bioferrite helmets and bioferrite weapons and all that. We just got to be careful, because bioferrite, using it for like walls, it's really strong and super flammable. Okay, so electricity. Let's go for the air conditioning pretty... Well, actually, let's go for the geothermal. And then we'll go for the air conditioning. Bulk goods trader. Absolutely. Let's also go to our assignments, manage drug policy, social drugs, and we're going to say, where are you at? You take every 5 days. And if you're wondering what that drug was, that's the one that prevents stuff like malaria and all that. Bioferrite apparel is also good for psycasters. Yep. That's gonna be the other challenge. This is where we'll probably get our psychic powers if we do any of that. And that's gonna be kind of hard to make happen. Okay, so if we can get that, we'll do that. Let's go ahead and sell all of the leather we're starting to pile up, because that's going to be a good source of money. I mean, we could just research. We'd be trapped inside there anyways. We'll just keep selling the light leather and all that. Keep the cloth masks. Is there anything else I want to part with, though? Not really. The raccoon and all that, I'll probably sell. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're going to go ahead and sell the raccoon. We got enough tox stuff, and that meat won't last. So that'll be a ding to our money, but that's okay. We can't really take the chickens before anyone recommends them. I don't have a place I could contain them where they won't just leave. I don't know if we'll ever get that relic, but yeah. But now we've got those. We can start making the stuff to make us immune to malaria and a bunch of other stuff, which will be big because this is a tropical swamp. So we're going to be dealing... I think we had a 3 times disease multiplier. Let's look at that. So that is a real aggressive amount of disease we're going to be dealing with. So anything I can do to mitigate disease is going to be a major, major thing for this run. Oh, come on. I wouldn't mind trying to go for sidecasters on this one. It's just I'm gonna need to carve a way through the pollution to the tree and have an area around the tree to do it. So that won't be a near-term thing. But if we get that one pawn that's really not good for a whole lot, I can have them just be my dedicated person for charging up the sidecast tree or whatever to then give abilities to other people. Yeah. So we're here. So as you can see, it's toxic waste all around us. But if we look at his tile. It started at 100% pollution, we're slowly knocking it down. Oh, actually, the disease dropped to 2 times, or 2 per year. I thought we were at 3. It doesn't matter. It's still 2 is very high, but 3 would certainly be worse. The point is, it's a very high frequency of disease. Let's get that indoors so we can make our medicine. All right. Strider is in labor. Okay. Alright, so there's about a 2% Strider dies through this. About a 10% chance of a bad outcome. Which is honestly pretty bad. So still almost a 90% chance things turn out alright. If the baby ends up being, like, not making it or sick, we will avoid naming the baby until they're in the clear. I just do that because it's a real bummer to give someone a pawn who's just gonna die immediately. It feels kind of like a mean thing to do. Any other people's like, I don't mind. It's like, I just don't even want to think about it. It's fine. Rescue of Eric. Sorry. In this run, we only caravan out of absolute necessity because, as you can see, anywhere we walk around here, we're going to start building up toxic buildup. So you only caravan when you absolutely have to, and you get in, you get out as fast as you can. No dilly-dallying. If we get gas masks, it's a little bit more of an option. But, by and large, even with our cloth masks, caravanning is not a really big thing we can do. It's just the same, we can't really do trade caravans either on a meaningful capacity. Either. Come on, good outcome. No big sad. Healthy child. Congratulations, healthy baby. It'll be up the Strider to take care of the babe. Oh, we have a hard snow outside. Well, that's not my favorite. It is what it is. Okay, so healthy baby. We'll just go right here and draw the name of who gets to be the baby. That is not actually empty. That's just a bug I have with that sometimes. There we go. Silver's Forest. Oh, wait. The nickname. Silver's Forest. How's it possible in the swamp? In a swamp? It still gets cold. That's the thing. When you get to, like, Boreal Forest and all that, it's basically cold swamp. But there is temperate swamp, and temperate does get a winter where it snows. We're in a tropical. So we are above freezing right now. We just had, like, for whatever reason, that one night, it just barely eked below freezing. Which surprised me. The real problem here is, if it gets too cold, I can't make a fire. I don't have wood. But yeah, it's just like in real life, you have desert, like deserts at night get extremely cold. Could you not leave the baby on the floor? Like, there's no reason for it. There you go. Cool. Yeah, so you have stuff like cold deserts, cold swamps. Those are things that are a thing. Alright, and so if we look at the pollution around there, so we did actually overpower the tree slightly. The good news is it was enough that it bled anywhere we care about, because it could have gone to these tiles over here. But that's right about to decay, and it'll fill in that spot. Yeah, no, and usually when you're talking like Boreal Forest and all that, they're usually marshy forests a lot of time. Lots of moss and all that kind of stuff. That's the big one that surprises a lot of people. Isn't that one? It's the deserts. That the idea is that you have a desert that's below freezing most of the year, or like generally cold, and people are like, wait, a cold desert? I'm like, yeah, desert's just how much rain you get. It has nothing to do with the temperature. Alright. So if we go over here, so that one didn't quite overpower it, but that does mean we are ready for our next round of pulling up pollution. So we'll go to zones, pollution removal. Let's go ahead and pull that next stripe up there. We'll also go ahead and add all of this in here to the pollution removal zone. So that way if we do have toxic or if we do have the pollution, start bleeding back in here because of like overpowering the trees and all that. Isn't the Gobi Desert what keeps snow on the ground? I have no idea. But even like regular deserts, like, you know, in incredibly hot areas, even a lot of those, if you look at the temperatures at night, they will dip below freezing. It's one of the things that's very deceptive about deserts that people don't realize, is because of all the things there, like there's just not enough stuff to like hold temperature in, that you run into situations where, you know, you hit the okay, so 3 tiles wide. You hit the nighttime, all that heat just kind of dissipates because there's nothing retaining it. And then suddenly you have this area that's incredibly cold in a matter of hours. Alright, so that grow zone is gone. We are going to expand the potatoes here, I think, to this spot. And I need to start getting medicine of some kind going. So what we'll do is, as they clean up the pollution here, we're going to switch that over. Can you eat tox potatoes? Yes. They have a bit of a higher risk of food poisoning, and the nutrition you get out of them isn't quite as good as regular potatoes, but you can just eat them. Alright, rare thrombos. I cannot tame them yet. You can't remember what the name is, but there's a camel-like animal that eats snow. That is why you remember? Yeah. Like those mushrooms that eat radiation. Alright, so heal root. So that's going to be heal root so that we can at least get some medicine coming in. That's going to be more potatoes for right now. Please stop eating my cotton rat. Okay. Hide in room because you're ravenously hungry. So, you're ravenously hungry for no reason. There was plenty of food here. But then on top, well, I mean, are you food poisoning? Yeah, you're food poisoning. But, on top of that, you stopped eating. So you're ravenously hungry, and then you threw a tantrum in your room while you were holding the food. It's the person who's, it's like the kid who's like, I wanted ice cream, and like throws her ice cream cone on the ground. You're like, I just gave you some. You threw it on the ground because you're still just mad from earlier. Taking good care of the baby. Alright, so we got acidic smog showing up because of the pollution. That just hurts the grow rate of crops and makes anyone outside pretty upset about it because it burns. But the goal here is I want to get about 10 bags worth of pollution to put them back under the trees. Alright, we've got some heal root planted. But one of the biggest things I just want to get off the tox potatoes. Just getting off the tox potatoes is going to help us with food poisoning and a bunch of things. Where did the... You're down there? Like, what are you eating? I feel kind of bad for you, Thrumbo, who is actively having a heart attack right now. I also fully acknowledge if you go down, we are absolutely eating you. Yep, you're dead. Getting ourselves some free Thrumbo. and a thrombo horn? That actually might be a problem. Because I can't do anything to warm up. There's no wood. I don't have anything cut down for wood. There's just a sheer 100% lack of wood. You not trying to surround yourself? I can't build on all that yellow and blue and orange with stone. So I can't surround my crops. There's just... The best I could do is make like a little narrow thing like that. So, unfortunately, we're just not going to worry about that right now. Because that's to keep in mind, is it's not only pollution, we're also dealing with swamp. There's a good chance that cold snap might be fatal for us, because I have no wood to make fire. Nor do we have anywhere I could really fit a windmill and all that, which is the reason we've been doing without. And I'd say, like, I don't have room. I could potentially, like, shove something in here, it'll just get destroyed. So I've been not doing it. We're trying to hold out for geothermal. This has been a really rough winter for us in this run. Considering we're in a tropical swamp, I was not expecting it to, you know, to deal with a lot of below freezing temperatures that much. And there really isn't a point in me killing the other thrombo right now. Like, it could give me some thrombo fur, which wouldn't be bad. But, as far as food goes, this food in here... Like, it's not... It's gonna spoil before we eat it all, most likely. Granted, right now, where it's... You know... This cold snap, it might actually freeze or at least refrigerate. And giving lots of people food poisoning. Excellent, love to see it. No, my tree. Come on, man. You know, Thrombo, you're a big jerk. Alright, let me get those last 2 bags out of here. Getting real cold. I'm hoping we don't start pushing into hypothermia. Ah, Luxray, and we're getting some minor hypothermia happening here. The best I can hope for is that we can just ride out the cold snap. Because I also, caravanning off the tile isn't an option, because if I caravan off the tile to the next tile, I'm at 100% pollution, the toxic buildup will kill us. So, we kind of just have to endure. Where's the pyromaniac when you need one? Yeah, where they just have the magic of creating fire. Despite having nothing to start a fire. I'm honestly surprised they haven't started mining that out yet. Okay, and the Thrombo left the map. I didn't figure it was going to stay very long with no food. You knew we should have sprung for insulated beds. We need a new travel agent. Yeah. All right. People are also to get upset because they're sleeping in the cold, but not much to do with that. All right. I don't know if you can reach that spot or not. We'll see. Uh-oh, these have just been laying out here rotting away. That's helpful. Okay, good. The cold snap was short. So we did just get like a little bit of hypothermia. No one actually got hurt, luckily. Which is just dealing with the fact that while we were pushing in the hypothermia territory, it was just kind of one of those things that we have a lot of decent clothing. It's honestly, even on some of like the worst maps for cold, you can actually endure pretty awful temperatures. My live stream was flagged. TikTok is such a thing. Flagged for harassment, bullying, repeated violations result in live being disconnected. It's such a bunch of garbage on TikTok. People are able to just like spam report stuff, and it doesn't even matter what you do, it just hits you for it anyways. So TikTok, I got flagged for harassment and bullying. Sure, whatever. I've genuinely debated just not even bothering with TikTok anymore. They gotta get that moderation under control. For as much as people complain about things on Twitch and how they handle it, they could do so much worse. Oh my goodness. Like, Twitch at least tries. You can argue about whether or not they succeed, certainly. But man, TikTok is definitely the one hanging out there for being the worst offender on actually handling stuff well. No sound detected? Okay, I mean... You never started TikTok for the start? You just brain rot? So the thing, though, is you gotta take it from the perspective of being a content creator. The issue with being a content creator is discoverability on Twitch is pretty much a big smoldering pile of garbage. It just is what it is, so you have to find ways to get yourself spotted in other platforms, which is why you do stuff like TikTok and YouTube, and you post on a bunch of different social media websites, because organic growth on Twitch depends entirely on networking with other creators. The recommended tab is almost like who have you networked with tab. Not really, that's overstating it, but you kind of already have to have visibility for that to work for you. And to get raids, a lot of times you gotta network with other people and that kind of stuff. So it is very genuinely one of those things you have to put that kind of effort in. And so TikTok and that short form content works really well for help putting your content out there, because I shouldn't say no one, very few people go onto Twitch and go and check your VODs unless you were very specifically doing content and they already know that you're fairly high up in the RimWorld streaming search. Yes. But that is one of those things that I'm a variety content creator, so one of the things you'll actually run into is if I play just in the RimWorld category and I do get myself well up on the RimWorld category. Oh, we just got hit with an ad break, so I'll say more in a minute. I'm going to grab myself a drink while the ad break's going on real fast, so I'm going to go ahead and do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see you right after the ad break. So my apologies for that time. I didn't see it coming. Obsidians without retaining walls. Yeah, and that's I deliberately try and make stuff. Oh, this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Because that is a pretty, well, I mean, they just did it. All right, I guess it's fine. I'm not sure if you saw that. They walked out the door and then they teleport up in the sky and then drop back down. So, I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt content to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course, regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker. Not the... Hang on. I thought this was just some, like, inappropriate, you know, like, just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she is trying to, like, talk up the science because she knows, like, we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker. That tells us about your personality, a random psychology test would say. Do corpses go away after a while? Yes, 9 days. All these bodies you see here, I have killed in the last 9 in-game days. All the bodies from before that are long gone. Well, it's spring and summer. Let's get this planted. Because that is the season we are in. That's literally what I'm growing right here as well. That is, it's fine. The tree's gone. We don't get to have this tree. I don't have anywhere that needs power generation right now. Take that back, I do. Well, that's a game over. We just killed about 645 people there. All right, and I'm back. Yeah, so pick up with that thought we had right before the ad break. So I am high up in the RimWorld category, which the first thing I say is, how do you think I got there? But then the second thing is, it's one of those things that if we were to like show like a graph and like here's the circle that is the current streamer watching, and then here's the circle of people who they just watch RimWorld and that's what they watch on Twitch, and then here's the circle that people watch, you know, my content specifically. The catch is, I'm a variety streamer. When I leave RimWorld, all the ones that are over here on just the RimWorld category, they're gone because I'm no longer playing the game they want me to play, or they want to see. But it is the thing that just very genuinely, when you're streaming, that you will always have a level of churn, which is people who leave your stream and don't come back. And it can be for a whole bunch of things. Like none of them negative, none of them whatever. You know, people's work schedule changes, they can't tune into your content anymore. Their social situation changes, they've got some person they're hanging out with, spending time with, you know, it's a win-win for them. But again, it means they can't tune in. Their interests change, and so your content just isn't what they're interested in anymore. So you always have to be like growth-minded. So you'll have people like, oh, why can't you just like have the channel stay the same? It's like that's not how that works. It's kind of the same thing if you're the person who tries to budget to like the exact dollar of what their money is. It just means their budget will always be in the red because they will budget for the exact amount, and reality will dictate it'll be otherwise. So you have to budget with the expectation of things having additional unaccounted for spending and yada yada yada. So you got to be growth oriented. So where I'm doing right now, well, in this category, that's because I have made those decisions fairly regularly. Say, hey, well, let me go and do this. I should be able to attract more people from over there. Hey, let me do this. I should be able to attract more people from over there. And I do play in different game categories, and part of that is strategic decisions. Like playing RimWorld is, I love the game, don't get me wrong. It's one of the games I played. It is actually the game I have played the most consistently on the channel. But it has been a strategic decision that RimWorld generally performs. So I love the game and it performs well. That's a win-win. But there's definitely times that RimWorld doesn't perform well. There's even at its worst, it performs okay on Twitch, and that's not for the channel on Twitch. It performs okay at kind of the worst case. which is one of the reasons it's kind of been a decent one to always fall back on. Whereas there's certainly games that when they're down, they're just not like, they're just down. But to give an idea, on Twitch, the only time my channel grows is while I am live. The moment the stream ends for the end of the day, there's going to be no more channel growth until the next time I go live on any real level. Versus if I put stuff on YouTube and TikTok as recorded content, that means while I'm sleeping for the night, that is still potentially bringing new viewers in. So it's all that kind of stuff that you gotta juggle and deal with and all that. But yeah, you do always have to be like, no, gotta keep growing, gotta more. If you want to do it full time. Obviously, if you're doing it a hobby or whatever, just for fun, it's a totally different animal, but this does pay my bills. So it is one of those things. But yeah, so now that I've actually got a decent amount of viewership on the channel, and I'm in the RimWorld category and kind of on the top of the pile, for the RimWorld category, I've got decent discoverability, so that does help me. But generally speaking, that's not a thing you can really rely on. Not until you're like really, really big. Once you hit a certain size, you can kind of be the trendsetter. That you're big enough, you can kind of pull people into a category. But you're talking people who pull in like 1,200 to 2,000-3,000 viewers every single stream. Those are the ones who can kind of, all right, well, I'm going to play this game. Boom, suddenly there's this avalanche of people being interested in that game because you're just that big. But having 100, 200, 300 viewers is not remotely big enough to do that. You can influence a category. Like I've definitely noticed there's times that I played a game that has a very strong following on the platform, but as well as ones like Kenshi that like there'll be a whole bunch of people streaming it for a little while and it'll drop off and no one will stream it for a while and then it'll kind of come back. Then I've definitely been in that situation where I started playing it. You know, you saw that uptick in the average viewership and a bunch of people popped in, which is a thing that happens. Like I do the same thing, or I'll watch certain categories of games. I'm like, okay, well if that's up, I'm down to play it. But when it's in that lull, I'm not really down to play it. Because again, you gotta be growth minded. The way I usually phrase it is, it's not that you have to play the big game, is there's viable and non-viable. If I go into a game category and it's got 0 viewers or like 10 viewers, it means I'm going to see no growth from that category because no one's looking for it. Whereas, just the same problem, if I hop into a category that's got, 60-something thousand viewers and literally 10,000 people streaming at some point, and the first, like, page and a half are people with 1,000 viewers, I'm also not going to get any traffic from that. Because no one's going to be going 3-4 pages down to find me. But yeah, it's just, you gotta kind of grow in all the places you can. Very genuinely, if your idea behind streaming is go live, and then when you're finished the stream, you're done, you're just not going to make it. As someone who's trying to make money with it, you're just not going to make it. The days you can get away with just that is just, they're long gone. I want them to not be right on my door so I can hunt them without the Manhunter pack potentially getting our people killed. Especially with a rainstorm going on, hurting our accuracy. Stop eating all my crops. You've already done 2 rounds of it. These things eat so much. They'll go through and they'll eat 4 rounds of crops. They basically wiped out all of that and this in a matter of 1 cycle of eating. Alright, so you're dead. I can't wait till I can get a little bit of wood in here to actually fence that in so I can stop that crap. That's good enough. That does mean those two will die. Alright, there's a little bit of risk because they're pretty close. Okay, so that one's gonna get knocked. Press F for respects to the cotton plants. Yeah. Okay, so basically all of them are gonna die. It's fine. Transport pod crash. Okay, a super immune, steadfast pyromaniac. Who I probably cannot get to in time to patch up because you gotta wade through swamp both ways. I would actually consider taking this person. I don't think we make it there in time in the first place, because this is all swamp the whole way out, so I don't think we make it over there and manage to patch him up. So I'm not gonna worry about it. Would you just go about dying and stop eating my crops? Inspired taming, that's fine. I'm gonna disallow that door for just a minute because of that. Okay, you're free to go back out. Alright. Just so I didn't go running around the pollution. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about the ancient complex nearby. Because you have to caravan over to it, and the toxic buildup is just not something we can endure. So the good news is we did get the boomalope. We got all that stuff sorted. Oh yeah, I was gonna trigger the anomaly thing, wasn't I? We probably should. Just food poisoning all the time. Just because we just can't get our goodies popping in here. How are we doing at bags? So we'll wait till that pollution goes, and then for the next phase, instead of cutting more down here, I'll carve out a spot of pollution free from directly around that. That way, when it comes to studying it, whoever's studying isn't standing in the pollution getting sick. Alright. Oh, yeah, so we allowed that just with everything happening. Yep, can't help you. It's caravanning off the tile. I just need the wood or the bioferrite. That's actually... I mean, I could build a wall out of bioferrite. It's a bad idea because it's real flammable. How much longer do I have to decay? A while. The good news is we're also making the drug to cause us to be immune, finally. So that'll be good. Sweet. So that means I can put an internal freezer. That's perfect. So wait till that gets all sorted out. We'll put an internal freezer inside of here. And then once I do that, then I can start pulling up a lot of pollution because I can put it in the freezer and store it. I have another round of Toxicity to deal with. It wouldn't be so bad if I had like sniper rifle or bolt action rifles that I could hunt the Toxicity from at range. But with our bows, just the Manhunter pack is just... Or, sorry, them going retaliation is a big risk. That'll work. Because I'll do is I'll plan to make a the freezer here. Because 3 should be playing to handle this area. Put a slate wall there. We can go for room for port just in case. Even if I just end up turning 1 or 2 of them off. For right now, I'm going to try to do it just with the 2 of them. But it basically made it so it's expandable. Cargo pods. Insect jelly. Excellent. Where do those Toxicity get away to? I guess there's a little patch of green way up in the corner. That's fine. Alright. I didn't really want to go and poke through that. That is going to expose some of the stone to the outside. That's fine. If we got a boomalope or something like that, we could go with chem fuel for our power, but we are just trying to go for the geothermal and make it work. The big thing is I want that to be 2 tiles thick for the outside area for insulation. But I'm just gonna wait till we mine out all that, all the steel and all that. Ambrosia sprout. That's actually annoying because that just canceled out all those things that were growing there. That's food and wood. So thanks, game. Weirdly trolly. Alright. When you already smoothed all that out as well. I don't really want to do this, but I feel like I need to. This has been overdue. So the rat tail palm is pretty awful. If we look at the amount of wood we get 8 wood out of it for 2 seasons of growing. So I don't really... I honestly expect we most likely will not get a harvest out of this between someone raiding and catching it on fire or whatever. Or various other things. But it's at least some would hopefully queuing up. The other thing is a lot of time of learning standing in the pollution. Yeah, they keep... Well, that's the thing. The Toxilopes keep doing... The big problem with Toxilope is you can't just tell a person to hunt them. Because if they run up the thing to execute them, they explode and they give you a whole bunch of toxic buildup. And then they can also retaliate, which can also be a thing where you'll have the person run to the far side of them, then shoot back, and then the Toxilope will, like, corner them and get them in melee. So it can be really obnoxious dealing with trying to... Like, not being able to say, hey, go hunt that, and knowing they're going to survive to the other side. Like, that's just a lot of these games, the AI is not very smart. Oh my god, there's so many Boomalope. Or not Boomalope, Toxilope. So, like, generally speaking, I'll almost never just let someone hunt something that is, that can retaliate. I just had too many times where there's, like, no reason for them to be any danger, and they just seem to go out of their way to position themselves to put themselves in, like, maximum danger. Okay. So you go ahead and take the worn clothes here. I'm gonna need the medicine. I would like the pump shotgun. The pump shotgun would be nice. The components would also be nice. I can't get all these things, though. If I grab the components... Actually, can I get all these things? No. I'm going to take the components. There's a little bit of a calculated risk there where a person can have a mood break and then just go smash them because they're the most valuable thing. But if we're going to be getting into electricity soon anyways, we're going to need components. Especially the geothermal is very expensive on components front. Meanwhile, it is time to deal with that Boomalope. You stay dead? Yeah, you're good. Just go ahead and rally everyone. We're going to do this right over again. No join command? Yeah, we just... No one pinned it. I hadn't even noticed. Let's see, and I can go here. Why am I not getting the option to pin it? It's fine, I don't care. It's there. For some reason it's being weird and the UI isn't giving me the thing where I can choose to pin it. Why does it feel like every third time I do stuff on Twitch that some stuff isn't available, some stuff is? Would you stop eating my plants? Every time I turn around, there's another one of you. Also doesn't help when we miss all our shots. Case in point. There we go again. Please hit it. There you go. Twitch's Valve, they both hate threes. Orders and allow those. Yeah, so we got a bunch of them injured. There's still 4 more of them.
For helping.
Why would you commit this violence?
I love you.
It happens. All right. Well, once we get some wind here, I'll be able to wall this off, which is what we're working on. And you are slowly getting your toxic buildup. Okay. You know what time it is, chat? It's bad ideas time. So the idea here is I'm gonna have you go out here. You actually hold the door. We're gonna soften that up, and the plan is to pop the Ancient Danger. I need to pull them farther up here. Only the one shooting. I'm gonna pop the Ancient Danger while they're up here. And that would be a not me problem. Okay, now that they've got that initial first wave done, I'm willing to support. I just didn't want to get in that first wave where you get overrun, because we've done that before. Why did Soul Adams and Strider break up? Why? Why did you break up this time? Everything was fine. Why? Oh, because Strider's considered disfigured now because you lost an eye. Stop upsetting all my colonists. Oh yeah, we're not done here. Get the rest of you back over here. You usually open the moment I tag you. Usually when I hit it once, they pop open. Alright, never mind. We're gonna pop out of here. Disregard that. So I got some goodies in here. Nothing super amazing. I'm a little concerned by how few of those have stuff going on. Maybe not aggressive inside. Yeah, but even when they're not aggressive, usually when you hit them, they pop out real fast. Meanwhile, go ahead and... Oh, there's nowhere to put you. That's fair. So go in here and say furniture, sleeping spots. Rescue you. Are you gonna stay dead? Probably. Yeah, that's not going to help us at all, the whole mood break we're dealing with there. Okay, so what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to pop that. Cool. So I'm a little worried about this. So Lardane's going to take point. The rest of you are just going to get into position to support. I'm not feeling great about this because it is entirely possible we pop those and then a bunch of people with assault rifles and flak armor pop out. But there's only one way to deal with it. They didn't pop out because they're dead. Okay. Huh. I mean, Slowpoke is pretty awful. So yeah, you know what? I guess you have a good one. So it's been nice. We're just gonna go ahead real fast and put our own slate door there. And we're going to go orders and claim the entire room as my own, just the way it is. We are gonna take apart all of these pieces of art because they're going to explode my wealth. Oh, is that pollution in there? Oh, interesting. Sometimes I've had the Ancient Danger have pollution in it, sometimes I haven't. I think because technically it was inside the mountain, it didn't have it, versus like when it's been a separate room out that it usually does. Oh, and also, go ahead and pop that. Orbital Mech Cluster Targeter? An ancient military targeting device that signals an orbital platform to drop mechanoid combat cluster on a target location. The cluster will include a mixture of mechanoids, mech defense structures, though they may have once had some allegiance with the ancient army that created this unit. Any mechs dropped will now indiscriminately attack any human they see, including the one that summoned them. Okay. I don't think I've ever tried to use that before. So the idea would be I'd drop that on, like, someone else's, like, siege camp or whatever. So something dangerous like that. Drop it in the middle of that, let them deal with each other, and then just clean up after the fact. Oh, hey, give me that recurve bow. That's an upgrade. Yep, that's the rescue mission has expired. That's fine. It's a great way to steal an enemy base, too. Yeah, that's the thing. We're not going to be able to do that in this run because we're surrounded by pollution, so just walking to a base like that, we would be dying of toxic buildup before we got anything done. Yeah, so I can definitely see that, when you have, like, that overwhelming portion, you'd be like, drop the mechs and then get away. And just let them sort it out. Ah, sweet, we got some trace amounts of wood. We get to have a couple of meals. What am I going to do with that space? Because we suddenly acquired a big room. Spacecraft hack. I'm not going to worry about that right now because if it drops in the pollution, that's also a problem. I don't anticipate we'll be able to get any of our relics meaningfully. Because most of those are caravanning. Strider and Silveraxi have let's see. Strider courted Silveraxi by joking about botched surgeries. Excuse me? Do not try to have kids. They're not getting along. Freezer, we're working on it. Yeah, no, they drop their stuff when they die. You kind of wish relics are more rewarding for the investment you have to put in them. They actually have a lot of subtle benefits and all that, but yeah, no, that was before we knew what Anomaly was gonna be when they just announced, like when they just had like the teaser art, you know, where they had the cube. I thought it was gonna be that they were going to like do a rework of caravanning and, you know, make it so the relics were like these things that you would cast spells that would have, you know, well, you'd do rituals, I guess would be the word, that would have like these major impacts in the world. It just didn't end up being that way. Are there any new Dryad forms in the new DLCs? No. Nope. The Dryads are exactly what the Dryads have always been since they were first became a thing. You have the baby? Yeah, you just don't even worry about being involved in this. It's a rat. Okay. I'm doing pretty good, Lightning. Yeah, no, I had hoped that what we'd have is, like, one, a caravan reworking, mostly because I cannot stand the caravanning in its current form. Like, it's fine, you can make it work, but it's one of those things that you have to micro the crap out of it to make it reliable if you have more than just a couple people going. And it didn't annoy me that much in the past, but after this many years of playing the game, and it's still kind of the mess it is, and that the game seems more and more like, hey, let's give you more reason to caravan, but then the mechanic is still kind of not good. I was hoping it'd be a major rework of that, and that we would go effectively, you know, treasure hunting into the Ancient Danger equivalent kind of things, and that we'd get relics, and then have the relic have, like, kind of like Psycaster powers, where you could have like a relic that made the world hotter or colder, or have a relic that, you know, caused the mechs to be way more aggressive, or to, you know, draw insects, whatever. Just a bunch of like weird random mechanics. So think of it like ideology impacts the way you play your game, but instead you're changing the world itself. But none of that came to be, unfortunately. I do like what we got. I would have never expected what we got, so I am very happy they went with what they did, because I think that was excellent. To date, Anomaly is my favorite DLC. It doesn't... Excuse you? Did you seriously drop wood in the entire area you could have dropped the wood, and you dropped it in the door? To be fair, that rat ran inside our base, and it was immediately killed. How's the swamp life? It's swampy. It's slow going, which is not unsurprising. That's literally kind of the idea of how this run works. Let's see, we're still alive? Yes. At a minimum, we are still alive. Alright, so we got the Boomalope closing in from all sides again. Next contestant. Okay, is that the last one over there? Okay, so we're hunting. You're not gonna explode on me immediately, are you? No, okay. Getting the last Boomalope out of here. Being done with this. It's good enough. It'll die. Excellent. Mad rats. So all of the rats have gone mad. Is that all the rats left on the map? It is. Okay, hey man, sorry Gray. I don't have much faith in you making it through this. Poor Gray. Poor Toxlopes can't be themselves. Always the Boomlopes taking the glory. That's because Boomlopes serve a purpose. I mean, what? Please shoot it. There you go. So we got one more. You're over there doing your thing. In the meanwhile, Striders or Doctor, go rescue Gray again. We got rid of the Boomalope, and Cassandra was like, fine. No one else. Oh, that is not what you want. Okay, that wasn't too bad. We had just a second of extreme. Those can actually be dangerous if they get that extreme buildup of toxic on you again and again. And all animals are dead. We can also deconstruct that. We can deconstruct the urns. I feel like this is our ideology room. I feel like that's what this is now. Because it's something that's easy to just pop in there and call it a thing. Pollux Tree Sprout. Heck yeah, that's 3. Now I believe that's the most we'll get. I believe from this point on, if we want more, we have to get a hold of seeds. So order pollution removal. How close are you to expiring these ones? Okay, they're close. So what we'll do is we'll wait for that one to expire, because then we'll be able to like clear out another larger chunk of pollution. Do I want to make that? So that's a big room. That's a room we can put to use. It would make like a good common room, that kind of thing. Actually, we could just do that. So reinstall this over here. We'll want to replace that door with a wood door. For right now, I'm just going to lock the door open. Meanwhile, I can go here, build the other 2 stools. Build the stools at those benches. We can go here with the hoop ring. And drop that over there. We can grab our entertainment. Shove that down here. Alright, we're not doing a distress signal because caravanning will get us killed. Honestly, that might be fine, just leave the door open, because this won't rot because it's still indoors, even though we have left the door open. The downside is, if I'm putting the freezer over here, which I've already designed, that's not convenient for this room. Most likely what I'll do is I'll put a singular shelf in here that we say is critical for food, even though it'll cause that food to decay regularly. But having one shelf of food like right there means I'll grab the food, eat right there, and it'll be good. Please stop standing on the dead corpses. How long until body gas dissipates? It takes a little while. It's not super long. It's based on how far rotten it is. And you're starving because you're feeding the baby. I look forward to the kid being a toddler. It makes life so much easier. You mean from the guys inside? They're not... Oh, I can't really tell. Yeah, no, they're doing that. You don't know how long it's gonna think. You're gonna run around like a maniac? Oh yeah, no, but I'm gonna restrict you into staying inside the area. Oh, wait, we need to go to the tailoring bench and add kids' clothes. Kids' pants, do until you have one of at least 80%. Because the reason I always restrict the children moving around is I have that thing where they go out, like, what is it, like, not nature running. There's the one where they go out to, like, lay down, like, to start sightseed or cloud watch or whatever. And for whatever reason for me, it's like they go out of their way to always go to the very edge of the map. And it's just basically like the kid being like, I choose death. I choose to no longer live. And you're just like, come on, kid. There's an entire map you could be moving around in. All I ask is that you do not choose the 2 inches near the very edge of the map. Anywhere else I could work with. That is the only wrong answer. Okay, so it's 7 of them. They got a bolt action, they got a submachine gun, they got tox grenades. That's actually a pretty rough raid. And it wasn't attacks immediately. So you're not particularly good with melee. So the one of the bolt action is a pretty good shot. The one of the club... Oh man, they actually are pretty well suited as skill-wise. This doesn't have a really good way for me to play this. This one might get ahead of the others and we might be able to pick them off. I do think being in closer quarters is going to be better for us than being at range. Because that bolt action is definitely a much better situation than we've got. Yeah, and they're also going to have... Oh, bulk goods trader? We can make this work. We can make this work. All we got to do is buy some time. So new plan, you... haul the steel out of that door. Okay, everyone, back inside. The door's off limits. Because they'll probably stop to start burning my fields. Oh, you know what they're going to do? They're going to go in this room and destroy crap, aren't they? What are you going to do? Okay, who is our construction person? You have a new job? Alright, so grab... You start repairing. The rest of you all get into position. Yeah, no, I just noticed they were doing that as well. What? Oh, come on, man. Stop being at the door. I'm basically waiting for the caravan to get involved because they all have good combat skills except for one person, and they out-equip me. And on top of that, they've got flak jackets and everything, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so they got flak jackets and everything, and they've got the builder from the toxic waste. That's like, okay, they distinctly have the advantage in the fight. Meanwhile, you go do your self-care. Yeah, that's right, you're breaking all my crap. I don't like it. It's fine. It's gonna take a while to chip away at. And the fight's already engaged. Alright, grab everyone. Okay, so grab everyone. Pop out here real fast. Why are you still doing that? Okay, put out the fire, deal with your stuff. No party. We don't have time for this. I need you putting out the fires in here. Try to save those as best you can. Okay. Cool. So they did trash all my furniture there. That's not that big a deal. They actually didn't destroy much of our crops. Meanwhile, strip them, strip them, strip them. Because they're all wearing flax, so if I can manage to strip them, that's good stuff for us. Oh, hey. Allow them to use that door. You grab that. You grab that. Orders, allow it all. They're all trying to attend the party. I'm like, no, we got other stuff to do, man. Okay, so that's good news. So we got a ton of leather. We'll go ahead and get rid of the wolf skin because we're not going to use it. We'll get rid of the ambrosia. We get rid of the seed there. The clothes are all relatively fine. Is there anything here we would want as well? Not really. They mostly brought food. I am down to cash in real fast. So get rid of all that leather we've got piling up. And just roll with that, I think. So just basically go for money, because we're going to end up needing that. Yeah, and that was the whole thing. When I realized, where I was like, oh man, this is going to be a rough fight. And then we had the, raiders roll it, or sorry, we had the trade caravan roll in. It's like, okay, now we've just changed to dragging out the fight without putting ourselves at risk. Because it was one of the things between the bolt action and someone who is an actual competent shot, them all having flak while I'm sitting with bows, I'm like, oh, this is our fight to lose. Like, we're just not in a good fighting situation here. Okay, so haul the flak jacket. And the rest I'm fine with. Take your time with all the rest. And why is everyone super upset? Corpses, 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 corpses. They're basically all mad about corpses. Yeah, no, that was the thing. I was very much looking at... If we hadn't had the caravan, the plan was basically to try to draw them in and just throw Lardine onto the guy with the bolt action and then just try and hold out long enough. Because you don't have to knock them all down, just a little over half. Yeah, Gray trying to leave again. Godspeed, buddy. Yeah, I hope they get out of here. But it's just kind of one of those things for dealing with is like, okay. Like, don't get me wrong, Lardine has a better melee weapon than they do. And Lardine does have some solid, but they had, of their pawns, they only had one who was not particularly well suited for combat. And so it was those things like, okay, that's actually pretty rough. Please just stop walking over the body. Get these all out of here. Because everyone's just getting mad about all the corpses, so... Now, downside is that it did waste a lot of stone, that all that got destroyed. Alright. Visitors have items to trade, that's fine. Oh, right, because you broke up again. Oh, never mind, we're good. We can get that out, you'll go there. I keep forgetting that they're, like, constantly breaking up with each other. Yeah, no, the bolt action's a nice pickup. I actually didn't check. Yeah, and it's a good quality on top of that. So it wasn't just that we got a bolt action, we actually got one that wasn't terrible. Alright, so get rid of that. We can go ahead and get rid of those. Get rid of the poor quality clothes there. You don't really have anything I want. I'll take the one. Now we'll just leave it like that. It's fine. Okay. And how are these doing? Alright, so they have rotted. So it's time to go zone, pick up our pollution. And go zone, area 1. Let's also do this. Actually, I think it goes one tile wider when it... Okay. Alright, major break risk on Luxray, because corpses, 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 corpses. There's a lot of other stuff going on, but mostly it's corpses. Meanwhile, we're going to shrink that 4 tiles. And we're going to put down a new zone here. What am I going to grow here? I'm going to put down strawberries for now. Continue to expand our food options. Start to give us more than one option there. We still got to get the wood sorted. That's actually what things we can do over here. Let's take that spot over there. That we won't make part of that zone. We'll make this a separate zone. And start growing trees over here as well. And try and get our wood under control so we can start putting wood doors in place. Because we're just leaving all these doors not built. Get out of my base. Okay. Starvation on Strider, which we'll deal with in just a moment. So you could attack me with bugs. That's 2 hives. You'd be willing to give me a book that I don't care about, a gland, which I don't think I could realistically install in someone without killing them. The cataphract helmet is nice, but honestly, we're just gonna leave that alone. I just want to keep, I want to get things moving so I can pull up the pollution around that so we can start researching the anomaly stuff. I want to keep getting our fields and all that switched over. I want to get these walls closed off so we don't have random rats running into my closet here and stealing my food. Oh, there's definitely going to be mega spiders, Darth. That's just... it's RimWorld. We're building in a mountain. Infestation is just a thing that's going to happen. Cool. Starvation on Strider again. Strider got intellectual. I mean, I'm cool with it, I just don't understand what you were doing that you got that. I don't think you were on the research bench. Yeah, no, you shouldn't be getting a research bench. You have enough stuff to be crafted. You grow stuff. I mean, it is those things that spiders, because they give so much people ick, that it is just a very common enemy choice in games. Like spiders, it's just enough of a thing that make people uncomfortable and ick that people are like, yeah, it's a thing that people don't like. Let's make it a boss. Let's make it an enemy. Let's put it everywhere. Alright, so geothermal is coming along. It's not going fast because they're not in light. The good news is once I get the geothermal one up here set up, then I'll have lights in here and all that. Like right now I could put torches in, but I have no wood, so I'd be using my already not existing wood supply and straining it even farther. Okay. And we're rebuilding our table and all that good stuff. We are getting brick cut. Alright. And so we're good there. Eventually we could potentially get animals involved. Major break risk on Strider because you are malnourished. Because you're feeding the baby again. It's one of those things that, like, in this game, the faster you can get them to a toddler, the better. Just a thing. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's one of those things that just describing it as a spider, if that's something that bothers you, then that's certainly a thing. Oh, you know what we can do? 52% chance? Hey, and just like that, Strider is entirely over the fact that they got broke up with. Cool. That'll help a lot. Yeah, and I generally am not on team kill the spiders or whatever. The way I look at it is you can have, like, spiders in your home or, like, or not in the home, you can have spiders in your area. Or, like, all the other critters. It's kind of like the same way I feel like with snakes. You can have snakes or rats, pick your poison. And I'd rather have snakes around because at least they don't chew up my wires and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't mean I particularly want either of them in my home. But it's just kind of one of those things. I'm still surprised you don't have... Actually, you're getting a little bit of toxic buildup. You used to have tarantulas, now you have a corn snake? Yeah. They're not my idea of a good pet, but, like, they're not a bad pet or anything. They're a pet who's fairly indifferent about you most of the time. like a cat. And a whole bunch of people are cat owners like, you don't know what you're talking about. Why would you say that? I can carve up a spot to have like an advanced workbench. I have no problems with cats, by the way. Like, I had a dog myself, but I have, like, no issues with cat. It's just the meme of the cat where it's like, you know, everything else going on, the cat's just like, whatever, being fed. You're always starving. Used to have rats as pet? Yeah, and I can make a good pet. There's a difference, though, between a rat as a pet and a rat as a pest. A rat as a pet is a perfectly good pet. They could be, you know, affection and everything else. A rat as a pest will eat the wiring out of your house and your insulation and everything else. And they could just be terrible. They're not as bad as like chipmunks. Chipmunks, while they're absolutely freaking adorable, chipmunks will straight up ruin parts of your house. Okay. I love you more. You sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
Remain.
I can't remain when I'm not. Alright. At some point we need to get Strider some replacement lungs to get rid of their asthma. I actually don't know if that's a thing. Like, very genuinely, I don't think you can just swap out someone's lungs and their asthma goes away, but I also don't know enough about asthma one way or the other to really have a clue. Well, yeah, so, Gilnox saying, compared to dogs are much farther along the domestication front. Well, that's the thing. The joke that we domesticated dogs and that, you know, cats domesticated themselves or domesticated us, depending on who you ask. It's just a different dynamic that cats found being around people beneficial, and so they just kind of stuck around and people happened to like them. Versus dogs, we're like, we can, you know, we can do stuff about it. No swapping lungs because asthma isn't normally done. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, my understanding was you could just like yank a lung and put a new lung pairs in them and go, your asthma is cured. I'd stop a lot sooner in that sentence. You can't just swap out someone's lungs. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, I just don't know enough about asthma so far as the condition and, like, what... Like, I understand, like, it causes the shortness of breath, you can hyperventilate, and those kind of things. Like, I understand the symptoms. But as far as, like, the underlying... what causes those symptoms... You think. You believe it's mostly allergy based on... so if your body doesn't reject the lungs, then it would make sense they'd react how your body assumes it's supposed to? Yeah. Okay, insulting spree... Why would you beat up on Luxray, though? Unless... No. I was curious, it was like, why, like, after having a breakup, why Strider would just go after some random third-party person. Any transplant requires rejection medication. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. The hamster has gotten out, somehow ended up under the wood, under the bottom boards of the kitchen sink. We had to use a treat to lure it out. Yeah. I mean, that's just animals. Animals gonna live their best life, whether it's helpful to you or not. I need you to not be a small child soon, because we're running into that thing where it's like, it's too hot, I'm gonna take you to a different place. It's too hot, I'm gonna take you to a different place. It's too hot, I'm gonna take you to a different place. Because right now, this is all getting qualified as outdoors, because that wall is not there. And we can't put the wall there until we cut the stone, and we have the stone. But Strider is in that situation where, because they're taking care of the baby, their capacity for doing stuff other than taking care of the baby is greatly limited. It's really pretty rough in RimWorld, like how often you have to do your kid care, which is realistic, that it is effectively like losing a pawn 80% of their time because they're on baby care. Oh, that's something we don't want to leave those out there. The good news, we saw that before they rotted, but... Oh, that means all of this is considered outdoors. Boo. Hey, Strider, go cut some brick. I just need enough brick to plug that wall up, so it doesn't count this as outside anymore. Okay, so Adams, do that one block there. That's the one that matters. Now this should all be indoors again. Okay. It's getting considered unroofed, though. So for right now, I'm going to let the build the roof here. I just need to remember to not let that stay that way. Okay, it's indoors now. Well, right. So I get the risk of having a bad transplant. My question was, or rather the implication is, in RimWorld, if you have someone who has asthma and you remove a lung and you put a lung in, does that get rid of the asthma? It's not, is this a bad idea? Is this effective? Is there complications? It's the underlying condition. You know, whether it's not a treatment plan that makes any sense at all, it's like, would that technically get rid of the asthma? Because it also could just be the dangers of a transplant is significantly higher than the condition, so why isn't asthma tied to lungs? That's what I don't know. I don't know the underlying... Like, I know the symptoms of asthma, I do not know what causes asthma. In the game, it's just tied to your lungs. Gotcha. Well, no, I'm talking about in real world. In RimWorld, absolutely, you get rid of it. It's a narrowing of the airway. Okay, then yes. Then in theory, if you swap the lung, you'd be good. Gotcha. That's all I was trying to ask with that. You'll remove stuff only if you can get your union benefits? I have no idea what that has to do with anything. Oh no, you don't believe that it actually would help? You're asking if transplant meds, the ones that your body doesn't reject, would help because it's immune response? See, a lung transplant is an extremely complicated thing in reality. It's not even sure you can pull it off. You can get, I believe they can do lung transplants. I don't think they do them very often, but I believe you can. But yeah, now the point was more not, by all means, getting a transplanted organ for something that we have fairly effective mitigation strategies nowadays, where you can get your breathalyzer and all that for a lot of people, they can go a long time with not having major breathing problems, even with asthma. Nowadays with that stuff, there's definitely some people who the asthma can be way more debilitating than others, but it's one of those things that's generally a manageable condition, as opposed to, you know, doing a transplant. There's a significant risk. You have like risks of infection, risks of just complications during surgery. You have risks of, you know, of rejection and all that. And there's stuff we do to manage all that to make it worth doing still. But you get the whole idea there. The cure is worse than the condition, or the cure is more risk than the condition is in the first place. And that does happen. Gotcha. Yeah, and that's when it comes to transplants, if you're dealing with extra issues, they can be pretty strict about doing stuff. Like I know for example, if you're someone trying to get a transplant and you're a smoker or something like that, they the likelihood they'll give you a transplant, it gets really low because they see you as a much higher risk of, you know, having problems and all that. So with having a backlog for it, they would rather give it to someone who it's far more likely to be successful, to be helpful and all that stuff. The question: after 7 years, however long, is it for all the cells to die and regenerate? Does the likelihood of rejection go down? Yeah, no, I'm under the impression when it comes to getting a transplant, the idea is they put you on the medication to prevent rejection, and then over time they slowly wean you back off of those medicines, and then you're not on them anymore. Because that as time goes on, it's not even about regeneration. Not like you just don't believe so. That after a period of time of having it there, your body is far, like, the risk of rejection just keeps going down. That's my understanding as someone who has not had an organ transplant. Okay. I'm gonna sneak another bedroom back here. Trim up some of those edges. Yeah, I thought they had to be on life, or like a really long time. Well, a really long time is relative. My understanding is you're on the no organ rejection medicines for... It's at least like 6 months to a year or something like that. I remember it being a long time. I just don't remember how long. Because it's not something I particularly looked into on a major level. But I could be wrong about these things. Because like I said, I'm someone who it's like... I haven't done a ton of research on it. Because I haven't had a need to. How goes the game monkeys? What was in the ancient danger? We had 2 dead people and a friendly person who was in the caskets. We had a whole bunch of the flesh beasts. Like, we had the really big one that, you know, you hit it, it breaks up into other ones that break up into other ones. But we just had, like, a caravan show up, so we popped the side, let them kind of trigger it all to spread out, and then once they did that, we came out to assist. Let's see, the door from the hallway lined up perfectly with the rec room. Yep. I just want to wait till we can put a wood door there, and then we'll probably get rid of that door and just make it a wall, or make another wood door. Because I don't want a stone door going that. They get better wages, you're not doing anymore. You're not doing what? Oh, it's not just one med, it's a cocktail. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. After reading some quick MD, they give you a strong dose of immunodepressors for like 6 months to a year, and then they bring you down to a maintenance dose. You're still on them for life. Gotcha. That makes sense. That's probably the reason why we were both like, wait, it's for life, and wait, no, it's temporary. Because it's kind of one of those things that there's a little A, little B, that you're on it for life, but not the serious stuff they start you with. So that explains the discrepancy there. Oh my god, so many boomalope. Come on, or not boomalope, toxalope. Okay. They don't know much about transplants other than they need drugs to stop the body from rejecting organs. You know, research. Yeah. And even with the drugs, it doesn't 100% prevent it. It just greatly reduces the risk. It's one of the reasons why, like, when it comes to getting a transplant, they're so strict about it and being like, okay, we're not going to give it to you. You know, you need to be in a good bill of health. You need to not be a smoker. Like, you're going to have to massively restrict your consumption of alcohol. Like, they're doing everything they can, be like, hey, the odds of this going bad are significant enough. We need to line everything we can up to try and make sure this is good. Attacks immediately. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Do you know what this is, chat? This is where we take everyone, we step into the door, we apparently have stuff in the door because we always have stuff in the door. We go right back through this door, we disallow people to go through the door, and we just let everyone stay in here and make it a non-me problem. So by the time you're eligible to champion, you can be using the meds for life, or using the meds for very short life. I mean, close the door to the rec room. Yeah, hey, Soul Adams, there we go. The only thing about transplants is that when they tell you it's your turn, you drop everything and get that done. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, you when it comes to transplants, you get on a waiting list, and you, like, when they say, hey, it's time, you do it. That's not going to be a great fight for you. You definitely should not have run right up into melee with Neanderthals. Surprisingly, you're coming out on top. I can only assume that you've got some people there who've got some better... Well, you headshot your friend. Huh. I mean, you're tough with 10 melee. That'll definitely give you a strong edge. Okay, and sorted. So let's go ahead and say, hey. Oh, right, I don't have a place to rescue you too is the problem. Furniture. Right now. Crack that door open. So rescue them. Hey, you still want to trade? I understand you're bleeding real bad, but, you know, it's probably okay, right? Okay, let's see here. Give me the med. Honestly, that's all I want. And meanwhile, none of the rest of the weapons we really need there. They can pick it up as they want. So I rescued the one of them, so we might actually get some reputation for that. The marriage is on. Please don't do it. This is why I don't like beautiful and pretty as traits normally, is that is what happens. It becomes the RimWorld drama. It's the RimWorld soap opera of just one round after the other, people like cheating on each other and romancing and breaking up and romancing and breaking up and just getting the whole way around. You're just like, please stop. I just need you to stop. Did the chicken die in the doorway? Oh no, the chicken was up here somewhere. If the chicken did die, I mean, maybe it did and I just overlooked it. That's also a possibility. Waste pack problem. You want to send 141 toxic waste packs on me. Abso-freaking-lutely not. You know what 141 waste packs do? You see that area? That area is pollution with 141 waste packs. That is a big old noperino in that book. Alright, one more. I'm gonna mute my mic, take a couple bites of my food, and get back to it. I mean, at this point, how much more polluted can it get? Easy. It can get that much more polluted. That much more polluted right there. That is the exact precise amount of more polluted it can get. Drop a storage zone at the edge of the map? It doesn't help. So, for those who don't know, if I put a big pollution area up here, it's going to go to the next available tiles, which in this case, it'll hit these spots there, but then it'll start spreading down here. So you can literally sit here and pop one pack at the very far corner after another. It will eventually spread to take over the whole map if you just keep dropping them in the same spot. So 141 is a big ol' thing of pollution. You can't help if your pawn's attractive. This is true. Yes, that's the idea. Is I can move the pollution by picking up at one spot and then effectively moving it to another spot. But if it goes back down, time to recruit some wasters, it's against the rule of my challenge. The whole point of the challenge is that the pollution's supposed to be awful to deal with. Anything that trivializes it kind of defeats the purpose. So I have rules that I can't just ship the pollution out. I can't drop pot it out. I can't take wasters. I can't take sanguiphage because they're also immune. It's not a masochist, it's a challenge run. If it's not challenging, it's not a good challenge run. Hey, thanks for the corn. Alright, just trying to get rid of all of them real fast, because they eat so much of your crops per round. If it's a Max Throughout TV doing this on the highest difficulty, yeah, that's the thing. Genuinely speaking, it's one of the reasons why I don't do like the 500% naked brutality or any of that kind of stuff. That's certainly a challenge run worth doing in itself. But for me personally, I like doing all these like gimmicky, weird environmental challenge kind of things. And very genuinely, when you're doing like 500% naked brutality, you're just dying to the mundane things. You don't actually get to like the challenge part of that because you're busy doing that. And actually, I want to say, like, very specifically, when you look at the difficulty settings, it actually describes Strive to Survive as one they recommend if you're going to be doing, like, weird exotic challenges, that kind of thing. And I've also found I like doing it that way over the 500% naked brutality just because the 500 naked brutality, I've mentioned before, you feel like you start needing to build your bases in the same sort of way. You start having to rely on, you know, screwing with the AI's pathing or that kind of stuff. Do a masochist run with only masochist pawns. Yeah, everyone's just getting beat up and they love it. I can't wait till we can get some actual amount of wood in here so I can put a wall. I'm just going to build a wall around. It's going to take so much wood to build, and it's going to be useless until it is fully built. So let's see. So Luxray will be the one to worry about cleaning. You worry about hauling. Because the hauling doesn't happen fast enough, and we're just getting corpses piling everywhere. Yeah, so some of these are rotting out here because they're not getting them hauled. Because that spot's still available over there. How did you die? No, you're still alive. You're here. You're right there. Do you want to volunteer for that run? A volunteer for what run? I'm missing context, sorry. Okay. We're killing all the animals that get up here to try and eat our food. Once they wall it off, our entire situation is going to be different, because at least we will get to have our own food without constantly being running down the various animals here. The good news is that is actually helping a lot. We're getting really good shooting on the 2 people who are dealing with hunting that. That is helping a great deal. Now Willow's coming along. We've got a couple of Willow over here as well. Because I mostly just will need the Willow for cooking and the doors. Eventually we'll change that too, but we're not quite there yet. Let's see, when you had a long night event, events expanded, all the animals kept coming into your base to eat your food, made hunting easy. It does, but it's also those things that while you're doing all that hunting, it's preventing you from working on other things. So it's a mixed blessing. You get that combat skill, and they do give you some leather and all that to go with it, or, you know, fur or wool or whatever's appropriate for the animal. But on the other token, it's just the amount of food you get per labor gets to be less. So it ends up being one of those things that there's pros and cons. Medical treatment needed, again for the asthma. Quest failed because we didn't rescue person. I totally forgot I was going to do this here. So we're gonna go wake up the monolith. So we're gonna start playing a dangerous game. I just really like the anomaly stuff. We put it off for a while because I was waiting till I could at least pull up the pollution around the monolith. The monolith's dark metallic... People know this dialogue. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch, and Selfraxi thinks he can hear the faint hum emanating from inside. The lines are dusty on the surface, and they squirm in unsettling patterns. Selfraxi focuses on the shape, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens, and the shapes begin to flow in Selfraxi's vision. But the surface isn't changing. Power begins to uncoil in an empty space all around. A black shape is forming in his mind. The anomaly is stirring. Yep, we're going to keep focusing on... Definitely when something gets spooky and weird, you should keep doing that thing. It's just one of those things. Grey Paul. As Monolith twists and changes, Selfraxi was overcome with a horrifying vision. In an instant, he understood. The monolith is a doorway, just barely cracked open now. Something beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, Selfraxi is convinced he can learn more if given time to study the monolith. Cool. So research, we're going to immediately go directly to bioferrite extraction, after which we're going to go for the entity containment, and then the flares, because we need those ones. We're going to go for that immediately. That is the I want to survive the Revenant combo. For anyone who didn't catch that, if you want to survive Revenant, the bioferrite shaping is a big one, and then the disruptor flares is the other big one. Because you get those, you get your nerve spiker, you get your flares, and the combination of having a nerve spiker or two in your group and a bunch of flares, you can just rough up a Revenant. Harbinger tree has sprouted. Cool. Let's pause real fast. Storage. Corpses. And do not allow animal corpses. And also, zone, do not home zone that. Because the Harbinger trees are not flammable, so you don't have to worry about fire spreading and killing them. Versus the Pollux trees are flammable. Yeah, it's not a bad location. I'm not unhappy with that. So I'll need a holding platform, and so I'm kind of thinking we put our holding platform down here. We put some holding platforms down here. I see a problem with that design, don't I? That'll work. And then all those will be able to be expanded into 2 tile-wide doors later. We have some cramped little rooms down there that we can shove the scary things that go bump in the night. Okay, is there something else we want to be growing here? Because at this point, I feel like moving away from the fiber corn is in our best interest. Because the fiber corn is absolutely terrible. As much as I like to move on to the dye and all that, probably not that. We'll just delete that zone for right now and expand this over and expand this down. Hey, Nethercloud, how's it going? Alright, so professional laborers, you want me to send you 1 colonist for 8 days, and you are willing to give me an undergrounder who is good at cooking, mining, plants, and social, who is a go juice addict. You really had me until we got to that go juice thing. Your other options are these. I'm going to say no on this case. Getting some rep is not that bad. We can just... Side Stealer revealed. No problem. Grab everyone here. I was not expecting 2. I don't think I've ever had 2 for the very first run before. Okay, so we got you. Oh, I don't have a holding platform. Hey, Panther buddy. Oh, right, that's all one big giant space. If I put them in the same room, everyone will get mad because they'll be like, ah, the scary thing's in the room with me. Boo. Ah, and none of those have doors, so... That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So proximity detector. We'll want that later when we have our electricity. Can I look at the last 2 comments? So any ironwood prisoners, we can feed them to the trees, right? No, I won't take ironwood prisoners. Ironwood is actually kind of fine. You also don't need to be like, can you look at my last comments? Can you look at my last comments? Can you look at my last comments? Like I'll catch what I can when stuff gets by. It's okay. I understand if it's something important or whatever, but yeah. How are we doing? What's the scenario? The scenario is maximum pollution on a swamp hill, so all of that pollution, good time. And then on top of that, we also have, it's a swamp hill, so all of that's not easy to be built on. So it is just, hey, what if building your base sucked? The run. We did already pop our Ancient Danger, so we got that set aside. Let's see, was there pollution where you built, or you cleared out the way? So, the area, it's kind of hard to see because of the gray pall messing with how bright it is, and we don't have any wood for torches. So all this area that was inside the mountain did not have pollution because pollution can't be inside mountains like to start with. Like once you pop in and you dig it out, the pollution can spread into it if you let it drop back on the ground. But this whole area here that I've cleared out pollution has been me cleaning the area of pollution and slowly taking them to the Pollux trees and letting them slowly get absorbed. Because I got a bunch of artificial rules, like I may not use wasters, I may not use sanguiphage because they're immune to the pollution. I also can't do anything to make my people immune to it in general. On top of that, I'm not allowed to bag up the pollution, just ship it off the map or drop pod it out. Those are normal strategies for dealing with pollution, but the gist of this challenge is I am required to have pawns that are not happy about pollution and they just gotta live with it, and then just slowly chip away at it through the tools that the game gives you. It's a whole thing. Okay. Can you eat the pollution? I mean, to a certain extent, if we want to look at it, we can pretend that eating toxic potatoes is eating pollution. It's not really, but it's kind of thematically along those lines. Yeah, I can do that. I can go ahead and probably drop the double time. Finish my dinner real fast because I'm being bad about it. So I'll quickly do that and we'll keep it going. I'll be back. Alright, dinner is done. Yeah, that's exactly. Started being like, that's how the make, roll, eat, redeem should have worked. Is like, yep, that was the intent for the make, roll, eat, redeem back in the day. Is that, you know, I would do that thing where I keep getting distracted and not eating my dinner, and then someone would be like, poke, eat your dinner. But that's not how it got used. Because very genuinely, I don't have my food till like 9 o'clock p.m. because me and Tomb, you know, I want to make it so we make dinner for the both of us. So it's not I make my dinner, she makes her dinner kind of thing. And so he would have the redeem, and people would just redeem in the first, like, 5-10 minutes of stream. Even though it had, like, a whole big, like, it had this giant dialogue to it. It's like, hey, if you redeem this before 9, you're wasting it. But it just, after trying to get it to work for weeks. How did the previous run die? The previous run, was it Neanderthals? No, what? No, it was the Ritualists. We had a Ritualist, a hate raid thing that showed up. And we prevented the actual ritual, but, you gotta, like, the Ritualists are actually pretty scary in Melee. They're up there with Neanderthals in that they can wreck you. I want to say didn't we even have a Neanderthal raid happened like while it was wrapping up, and the Ritualists just basically walked right over the Neanderthals even. They have the inhumanization thing, and the inhumanization thing gives them a 50% pain tolerance. Which just means a lot of them will just put up with a lot of abuse. Okay. With the whole, like, people joking about, like, the birds and the bees talk, my brain is just stuck going, when a man loves a woman and they save up 3 months of their salary and then they spend it all on a piece of jewelry. It put my mind back at the old De Beers commercials where it's like, you know, basically like, you know, hey, you don't want a cheap guy, you gotta save up at least 3 months salary and spend it on that. Anything less than you're just being cheap. And it's like, oh my god. That still today is one of my favorite clips on the channel. Is just, what was my time at Porsche or my time at Sandrock? I think it was my time at Porsche. I can't remember. I think it was my time at Porsche. That they had a withered stick. And so it was one of those slice of life sim games where you can get married and do all that sort of stuff. But they had an item for breaking up with people. And the item was a withered stick. And it was just me and Tomb, like, completely impromptu. We're just kind of sitting there chatting. You know, she's hovering over my shoulder. We're chatting with chat. And just at the same time, we're like, you know, you gotta save up a 3-month salary to get a withered stick. Like, that kind of thing. Like, you can't break up with someone like that way. And it was the fact that we just, both of our minds immediately went to it and we started saying at the same time was the whole thing. For the record, I don't believe in the, you need to save up this much. I actually don't even believe that, like, very genuinely, I think the whole thing of, like, getting a diamond ring, you can absolutely do that if that's your preference. Whether you get, like, a diamond ring, a platinum ring, or you decide not even, like, to forego the ring, it doesn't matter. It's whatever you and your partner feel is something that you want to symbolize it if you're going that way. Like, you don't have to do that. Because that's, like, one of those things you look at and you go, okay, here's the deal. You could get this piece of jewelry, that, especially depending on the type of work you do, you might not even want to wear working. If you're working with electricity, you don't want a piece of gold on your hand the whole time. That's putting you at a higher risk of electrocution and all that. So you end up taking the thing off. Or for Tomb, she, a lot of times she'll actually wear, instead of her ring, she'll wear, like, it's a rubber ring. Because she works with all sorts of really rough chemicals and all that. That those chemicals getting underneath the ring can be really kind of dangerous for you. And then plus, it can just damage the ring. So when she's working, she wears a rubber ring instead. Or she also has, like, a really cheap one that's like a sterling silver junk one that she doesn't care about. But, you know, it's just something to wear. Like I said, electricity, you could snag that, that rip parts off. Yeah, that's the whole thing. There's, like, a risk to it. So I very much, like, people were asking, like, oh, are you gonna get, like, jewels and all that? Because, like, my ring is just, like, there's no jewels or anything to it. It just has a texture to it. So it's a very simple ring. But even then, you can see, like, I don't usually wear it when I'm typing because after a while it'll sit there and it can agitate things, and after a while. But because I do a lot of work with electricity in the past, you know, I don't want to be digging around in some, you know, so for, yeah, let's drop with, like, the back and forth about, like, how kids are made. Pixar didn't happen. You know, obviously, like, the deliberately being obtuse is one thing, but it's kind of run its course. So let's go ahead and move on from that. Alright, so anomaly, we have the holding things. The problem right now is I can't really use these holding cells, and the reason I can't really use these holding areas is the lack of doors. You know what, actually, these ones I don't care. These ones I actually do want the slate doors. And the reason why I do want the slate doors in that is, when it comes to all this, it's by the average. Yeah, it makes it just move on. Okay, so let's get rid of those. We can go up here. Furniture. We'll do a slate bed. So this'll be the really nice room in the place. Yeah, so the idea with this, though, is now I've got rooms I can put stuff. Got He-Man with Battle Cat. I definitely saw He-Man as a kid and all that. A lot of that stuff I really never got into on a big level. Like, I know G.I. Joe was huge with a lot of people. Like, I played with the toys. But, like, the actual, like, shows and all that, I never was super big on it. They were fine. Hit it. That's fine. I don't know, that was just stuff. There was definitely a lot of stuff that came from that time frame of, like, shows and all that I definitely was, like, really into. Yeah, Transformers I was big into. I did a lot of Transformers stuff. Hot Wheels I had a bit. I would say, like, I got big into them. But, like, He-Man and Thundercats and that, I definitely saw. Yeah, Ninja Turtles was one I got big into, but, like, yeah, He-Man and G.I. Joe were, for the most part, I was like, eh. Even as, like, a kid, like, G.I. Joe to me always kind of had a weird spot where it's like, I don't know. I as a pretty young age, my, you know, I had friends in Germany, so, like, you know, we were learning about history and all that sort of stuff and whatnot, and so we did tours of stuff like Dachau and all that. So I was always someone when it came to military, like, anything that kind of, you know, really, not promoted, that's not the right one to do. It really, like, grandirized military. It just always wasn't my thing. You rooted for Cobra? Which it's still that way today. Like, like, don't get me wrong, I played the Call of Duty and Battlefield back in the day. But as time went on, like, those were never my preferred. Yeah, glorified, that's the word. The stuff that glorified military stuff. And a big part of that is also I had people in my family who served, and it was not good. We could just not dig into that farther. But it's one of those things that, like, is just never my jam. But, like, with first-person shooters, you know, I did play a lot of Counter-Strike. That was kind of, like, the multiplayer game me and my friends played back then. But, I mean, genuinely between them, I tended to prefer stuff like Team Fortress more. And then there was, like, Doom, and I never got... Sorry, well, actually, Doom and Duke Nukem, I didn't get super into those ones. I played them both through and beat them, but they weren't the ones I spent more time versus, like, oh, what's the one? Like, Half-Life I really enjoyed. I'm blanking on them. I liked like the 007 and Perfect Dark. Those are really good. Quake was one I played a lot of Quake. Yeah, Quake was the one I played a lot of. I played all like a bunch of the Star Wars ones, and that kind of thing. But like the ones like Medal of Honor, Call of Duty, Battlefield, I played a bunch of them early on, like the earlier ones. But they were always the ones that like, okay, well I'm a little burnt on Quake. I'm looking for a different game. All right, I'll play like a little bit of, you know, Call of Duty. Okay, well, literally anything that wasn't Call of Duty came out. Sure, I'll play that instead. You still have like 2 gigabytes worth of Quake maps and mods? Yeah. GoldenEye was the last shooter you really got into? You loved him? Yeah, GoldenEye was good. GoldenEye was probably one of the last console games I really got into. I mean, I guess there was like the Final Fantasy VII and all that. I'm actually thinking back to like the games like Final Fantasy VII. It surprises me I actually finished that. Because that was definitely at the point I really wasn't playing console games very much, and I grew up with 2 brothers. So, you know, finding time on the game system to play it was another thing. And so I'm really surprised I actually got through it, which is part of the reason I actually got into PC gaming, was I was kind of the only one of my brothers who really did. So when I wanted to play games, I didn't have to fight over the computer. And then down the road, I bought like pretty early. It's like soon as I was old enough to work, I got a part-time job doing like the bag boy thing at the local grocery store, and saved up enough money for like the crappiest Dell computer I could get my hands on. But then I could just, it was my computer, I could play games. And I definitely remember early on, you know, I'd be playing these games, and one of my brothers would be like, oh, you know, I should be allowed to play on there. It's like, no, it's mine. Which that didn't, like, it wasn't them trying to, like, invade my privacy or whatever. They would just wanted to play the game, and I was the only one who had stuff. And I'd let them play from time to time. But there's also other times that I'd only let them play if I wasn't intending on doing something on there, which admittedly was not often, that I wasn't intending on doing stuff on there. Eventually, though, they, like, got, you know, everyone got computers on their own and all that. Because at that point, you know, I was the middle child, 2 years apart on either side. So when I was old enough to get a job, to get a computer, my older brother was definitely old enough, and the younger one wasn't very far behind. Shamblers approach. So Shamblers are a little bit of a bummer, and the reason they're a little bit of a bummer, that's actually a decent number of Shamblers. But the thing that makes them a little bit of a bummer is, ooh, 3 days. That's actually pretty long. Let's schedule you to stay in Area 1. Well, actually, you can stay in the home zone. But the bummer part of them is they have a very high pain tolerance and everything, so they don't have a tendency to go down, they have a tendency to die. Are you not researching at all? Oh, no, you're not researching. Because my researcher is the one I put on here. We're gonna have to take that down. Right. I had restricted you to stay in this area so that I think on Armored Core 4 is the only one you actually finished yourself. I loved the Armored Core games back in the day. I ended up getting one of them way later on when, like, you know, me and Tumid already started living together. I never took the time to get back into it though. Yeah, so they're gonna last for 3 days. But yeah, so you can see, like, when you look at Shamblers and all that, they have maximum tox resistance and all that. They'll usually have, like, extremely high pain tolerance and all that. So it's very hard to knock down a Shambler without killing it. I remember as a whole thing that me and one of my high school buddies would get together, and the games that we would end up playing is we would play Soul Edge, not Soul Calibur, that's the later one, Soul Edge. And we played that a lot, and we play Armored Core a lot against each other. And, well, we just had, like, entire different methodologies of how we played Armored Core. Like, he liked to go for more of, like, the Gundam wing, super fast flying, you know, use the sword and all that tactic. I tended to go for more of, like, a brute with just lots and lots of machine guns and all that kind of stuff. And he would get all salty because I'd win most of the time because, well, he's trying to zip around and be all fancy. Sure, only about 1 in 10 of my shots are landing because he's zipping all over the place. I'm also the only one hitting anything with any real reliability. Because that's just one of those things. You can be so nimble in that game that if you're trying to hit people with, like, the slower, hard-hitting weapons, you're just not hitting anything. But it was when we played Soul Edge, we kind of had each other down to rhythm because we only played against each other for the most part. We just didn't have other people who were into it. That it was seriously just, like, back and forth of us just blocking almost every other attack the person landed. And it was just really hard to get stuff past on any consistency. Now, granted, that was one of those ones you'd run to the thing where when someone managed to knock you into the air, if they were set up in the right position, you could chain people. Like, I think it was Siegfried had the giant sword that you could literally infinite chain people where they wouldn't get an opportunity to defend themselves. And I know some people see that as, like, a positive, like, haha, look at my skill, I can do this infinite chain. I'm like, that's just bad balance for a game. That's the way I look at it. If I can get one hit through and that determines the entire match, that's just kind of not fun. In AC4, you remember they introduced the quick boost? You had to get used to it? Yeah. Where you had, like, the supercharge boost and all that. And I can't tell you the number of times I wrecked him trying to go for, like, fancy stuff with the supercharge. Where he'd just charge in, I'd just get, like, free hits in because he just didn't time it right, or there wasn't very many maps that you could quick charge the boost, or not quick charge, just charge the boost, that you weren't just already in a not great position for doing it. So for fighting other people, it was just not particularly useful. The Armored Core games are good games. I'm hoping when we look at these... Man, they all still are at 3 days. I was hoping when we look at these, there'd be a couple that are separated out, because I could just fight it straight out, but... No, you're still drafted. Most likely, if we just did a straight duke it out face-to-face, I think we'd win, but I also think it wouldn't be a clean or elegant win. I think it would be a win that would have quite a few, not casualties, but quite a few injuries come out of it. Mostly because they are fairly durable, and there is 7 of them. Well, 8 of them, because there's a Gore Hulk in there. You remember that in Tier 3 you got almost... Oh, all the ones I played, I did the whole thing where you get to, like, the maximum arena, and you do all the all the story stuff, and yada yada. Alright, so schedule. Your restrictions are now changed. You're now restricted to Area 1, so you're no longer allowed even that far out. We might also get lucky and they might separate out. I've had that happen before where a couple of them get way far separated. So then you can start nitpicking at 1 or 2 of them. Right now, you've got, like, that group is definitely coming all as one solid section. You never got past a certain tier because you couldn't get past our mission. Yeah, there was definitely... Armored Core is definitely one of those games that they definitely had. The missions were very all over the place. Where some missions would feel very trivial and easy to deal with, and then you'd have other missions that you just bang your head on the wall. Like, I think it was the first one that you got to the last mission, and it was just, you had to fight the main bad guy, or the main enemy or whatever, but you had to, like, platform up fight him at the top, go down, like platform up another area, and it was like this ridiculously tall climb. And it was just like rocket up, shift over, fall. Wait for it to recharge. Rocket up, shift over, fall. And the idea is you're supposed to fight him there, but I just gotten so good at fighting the enemies straight up that I would just murder him real fast. It was 8-Ball. That was the name of the guy. It was 8-Ball. You would murder him at the bottom, and just then you had to slowly climb the stupid platforms. It was one of those ones you're like, this isn't actually the most fun. Yeah, we had the drum party thing. Well, we're not going to do that because we don't have drums. Yeah, like I said, I'm hoping a few of these will decay early, and that we could, you know, go after the last 4 or 5 of them. See, we can't snag one of them to go in here to Bioferrite Harvester. Yeah, and I don't remember any of the other ones. I only remember 8-Ball just because 8-Ball was a pain in the butt. I just remember distinctly finding that level annoying. Yeah, so a bunch of these are like 20 hours. Yeah, so it looks like about 5 of them are going to die in the next in-game day. And then we can just pick on whoever's left. See if we can't manage to knock one. I'm not expecting to. Honestly, in all the times I fought Shamblers, I've only managed to successfully knock them down without killing them like 1 or 2 times. Okay, so you can all be let out. Yeah, so the one that's going to go the soonest is 9 in-game hours. Yeah, it looks like they might even get off the edge of the map by the time they go. We're definitely going to have to pick some more fights to get some more stuff going, though, because one of the things we are going to run into is if I don't start picking these fights, we're going to be behind the ball on our combat experience, which is going to hurt us. And our colony wealth, because of how much we built here, is getting... It's not high. It's just high relative to our combat abilities. So we got 3 hours, 8 hours. Yeah, I think they're going to literally just walk off the edge of the map. It's fine. My odds of getting one are low. Yeah, it's fine. Schedule unrestricted. Yeah, so that was one thing we did notice before, is I wasn't getting any of the research done on that because I had Silveraxi set to hunt anything that got in this perimeter as a high priority, and then research after that as like the next highest priority, which this wasn't in range. Alright, so we've got our attack that is happening immediately. It is 6 imps. That's not my favorite. Let's get the short rangers up front. Get the longer rangers back there. You get ready to jump in on whoever seems like the biggest threat. So, looking at what we've got here, who is the bigger threats? Terrible shot, terrible shot. Duo needs to go. Okay, so Duo and Veox. Those are the 2 who are the strongest. So we want to try and do that. Oh, my Discord got closed at some point. I'm not going to check the picture right now. I just don't do that during stream because it's something I don't want to establish as a thing, with the exception of if I'm asking about a picture. They have the cover advantage there. Drop back. Lardine also needs to drop back. He's gonna get picked on by himself. Oh, that's not good. Drop back here again because they have the cover advantage. Stop trashing my stuff. Okay, so good news they didn't destroy anything this time. And transport pod crash, what do you got for me? That's fine. Let's see, RSCU is fast. I mean, he could blast past the Roadrunner and Speedy Gonzalez. Yeah. You're not gonna get very far, friend. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but you're not getting out of here. So good news they didn't actually destroy anything. We got through that relatively minor injuries. Some burns and all that. I was worried that Lardine was gonna die there because I tried to sneak in to grab, I think it was Veox went on their own. Is it Veox or Duo went on their own? So it's like, oh, I can quickly go and beat up on them and have my ranged grab the others as they try to go into the room. And I figured just that way I would deny them the cover advantage and be able to do a pretty good amount of hits. But when they caught Lardine with the flame trying to sneak in, is like, ah, crap. Luckily it turned out okay, just some minor burns and all that. Okay. Do we have granite on this tile, or is it just I have some granite from breaking things earlier? I know we have slate. I don't remember what else we had. We have slate and limestone. Okay, so that's all I want to confirm. So I don't want to build my walls and all that out of granite because I don't actually have it on the map. Okay. So we'll start by cutting that over here. And then the rest of that will have to be wood on this side, and we'll need a little bit of wood there. That works out, because I can just put a door right here, one wood tile there, and then this side will be the weak side. Are you almost old enough to be a menace? Almost. Okay, so we got the geothermal power finally. So that's the next thing we can also work on. So we're going to go ahead and choose power. Geothermal, we're going to position it. We're going to pause its construction. And we'll see what we can do so far as setting it up. So there's one tile, just a singular tile, that I cannot make stone. There's just that one tile there that we can't. What I'm gonna go ahead and do is a design I don't normally do. I'm gonna cancel that spot. I'm instead gonna put a single tile slate there. And that should still give us the same thing. The only downside is I'll have to like walk the whole other way around if it comes down to it. We said no roof. Alright, so we'll start getting the geothermal in place. You want a mighty construction, and I'm gonna say too freaking bad. But we're going to start being able to get electricity set up on our building. In our area. So in the meantime, you can go ahead and run the power wire. Into the base. Okay. And honestly, we can go ahead and just run that in here. Alright. So good as we get the power wire the whole way there. We'll get that set up. I'm not worried about steel. I've got more than enough steel. We just gotta wait for this to get, wait to get our stone and all that position and all that. We also need to wait till we get more wood, which is the forever wait. How are we doing with our pollution? Have these processed yet? No. They're getting close, though. You want blood? Okay. Why is your blood flaring up? Yeah, so you're getting there. You're at 2 years old, and I believe it's 3 years old. Wait, was it 2 years old? Yeah, so you're at age 2, and it's age 3, I believe you become a toddler? Or a child, or whatever. Not an infant. Meanwhile, how are we doing? So we got our pollution here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Why has that got pollution laying there? Pollution removal zone. Oh, I bet you they failed to haul it. And then, you know, the pollution got worse. That'll be an issue. We'll have to deal with that. So we are finally studying the anomaly stuff. That'll be good. Meanwhile, we'll also queue up for them to smooth out all of this. And the reason I want to smooth it out is over time we're going to get, like, tantrums and all that sort of stuff where it's going to get damaged. And if we smooth it out, then they'll repair it when it gets damaged. That rat tail palm takes forever to grow. That's part of the reason I didn't plant it at the beginning, is like, man, it's just gonna take all eternity. Okay. I still got the limestone chunks here. Just having them queue up, hauling it all back. We'll definitely want to make some type of defensive position, because right now this just duking it out with stuff head-to-head is not really a sustainable way to fight. At a minimum, I want to put like some barricades on one side that we can run behind the walls of barricades to give me a cover advantage over them, that kind of thing. Even if we don't like kill box or anything like that, just to make sure when we get into a fight, I can do what I can to like nudge the rolls to give me a better stance than we would otherwise. Okay. We got tons of stuff outside that needs to be hauled back. It'd be good, like, it kind of almost doesn't matter which way that Silver goes, so Silver Force goes as a pawn. Even if we just got Jogger and nothing else, that would be an excellent pawn for us because we can make it our dedicated hauling / cleaning person. Just right now with what we're dealing with, it's just taken so long to get stuff done. Yeah, so Lardine is finally hauling everything. Do a little bit more planning. How big do you make the rest of your rooms? They made it 5 by 4. And then the extra 2 tiles, which isn't really an optimal size. There, and you get a slightly bigger room. Yeah, so I have one over there. Okay, so we've got more toxic waste cleaned up. So let's go zone, pollution removal. All right. Let's not get too greedy. So cut that back by 4 tiles. We will pop in here and we'll go zone. I'm gonna grab just a little bit off the side over here. It'll change. Well, I can't change any of it yet. Yeah, so like a couple of zones here that we're gonna change what crops are in them. For you, let's go for the corn. I don't think we're gonna get that corn harvested at any time soon. We're gonna switch it out for corn. Okay, first of all, we gotta deal with those again. Brained in one. We're getting some actual medicine now. We're getting real food now. We're not getting to cook consistently because wood is still hell. But we're getting there. When these start going, we'll start being in better shape. They'll get a lot more wood in one go. Lazy's infestation? No. Let's see, you guys are making enough space for food to grow is what you're going for? Yeah, for food to grow as well as to, give me room to grow, or to get wood as well, growing. Shoot the raccoon while we're here. Shoot the rat while we're here. Yeah, so I'm trying to get myself a place to have a farm that's enclosed that I'm not dealing with all of the animals running in here constantly. So first thing is just want to enclose that area, because like this is the thing. Every time I stop firing, one of these boomalope, or sorry, not boomalope, I keep calling it boomalope. One of these toxalope just immediately takes over. Come on, get your butt over here. Let's do this. If you're gonna keep eating my crap, let's be done with this game. Cool. And with that, they're all dead. Okay, so with the air conditioning, we'll finally be able to make ourselves a proper freezer. So the next thing I want to figure out, let's go ahead and get the sterile materials on the docket because we are going to be dealing with lots of disease. And that's just gonna be a thing we gotta sort out. Oh, that is the thing we're gonna have to worry about. So change a plan for this area. This feels like a good place I could shove a hospital and it'd be okay. So let's instead plan that to be a decent-sized hospital up here. And then that'll work. Once I get that enclosed, we're gonna go ahead and get the next thing sorted. I still need wood. I need wood for doors. Because stone doors are terrible when it comes to their closing speed. Alright. Steel doors aren't a bad compromise. Yeah, I don't know. I've always hated making steel doors and walls. They're fine. They genuinely are. It's just real hard for me to get myself to be willing to do it. Let's do the entity containment next. Because then I can make things to secure them better. Can you enclose it without wood? Yeah, I can enclose it without wood, like stone and all that. The problem with doing the stone doors is they open very slowly. The steel doors are fine. They're really, honestly, steel in a lot of ways is basically like wood but gray. I'm being overly protective on my use of the steel because I know this is it. So I do understand mid to late game I'm going to be hurting for metal in a big way. But I really should just get it built. I'll probably do, like, when I get this enclosed, because this will get enclosed with what we've got. That's where I've got that staggered slightly. That's the only tile I would have to make out of wood, so I just staggered it to get around that problem. When we get to that point, if I still got it, I'll put steel doors and just accept it. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do this with wood, just because they would go out of their way to target to set it on fire again and again, and I'd get tired of dealing with it. But we gotta hold out until we hit that point. The good news is we're gonna start getting some of these willow trees up. I do need to make a bigger grow space. One of the big points in this run is once we get moisture pumps. Once we get moisture pumps, things are gonna start getting interesting. Because then I can plunk them down and slowly give myself an area I can actually build on and do stone and all that. That's actually low-key one of the things you can kind of do yourself. It's not super reliable, but it is kind of helpful. If you deliberately make a place, like you have your big wall perimeter, you have that one block of wood, you can try to deliberately bait, you know, a couple of pawns from the enemy force to go set that one spot of wood wall on fire. And it can be a way to deliberately have one person go to the side to pick them off to then go, you know, do that kind of thing. It's not super useful, because especially later when you start dealing with groups of, you know, 40, 50 enemies, getting one to separate doesn't really change that much. Okay, they've got all this stone in place. As soon as they get the outer wall there, we open that up, and with that we could start turning on the lights. And we're gonna immediately take this stove. Let's actually, you know what we can do right now? Production, electric stove. Trying to think of how I want to position this. Let's get the electric stove there, because the first thing we're gonna do when that power gets sorted out, we're tearing down the wood stove immediately. Because then the wood will just be for doors. Hey, Leprechaun, how's it going? Been a day? I mean, my day's been fine. Yeah, no, I played a lot of Kenshi on the channel. Alright, so we can go ahead and get some of these weapons we're not going to use out of here. We can potentially get... Well, actually, we don't have the money for it. I was going to say we could potentially get that shield belt, but that's not going to happen. I will take the medicine, though. We'll just always take the medicine. Yeah, about 4 hours. You know, Kenshi is one of those games. It's a lot of fun, real janky and all that. You've been grinding for the last was for 14 hours straight. About okay. I haven't played The Last of Us, to be clear. No specific reason, just too many games, too little time kind of thing. Trying to 100% good? Yeah, I enjoy achievement hunting. Achievement hunting can absolutely be a good time. Alright, get that one. Why are you not doing... Finish the one last block. Come on, man. Because then I can allow you to do that. Cool. So with that, we can make our geothermal, and then with the geothermal up, we can start doing all this other stuff. The other thing I can do is for furniture. Oh wait, we don't have advanced light. I'm thinking the previous run. So we'll wait till they get that done. We have the components, we have this. You want to punch yourself in the face doing 100%? I can't speak for Last of Us. There's definitely games that... There's some games that's 100%ing them as fun, and then there's some games that are like, 100%. Play 10,000 hours. You're like, yeah, you can go fly a kite. Or like, I think it was one of the Call of Duty games, or like, win 2,000 games or whatever. And you stop and you realize it's like, okay, well, the fastest game takes about 15-20 minutes. And you sit there and you do the math, and you're like, okay, well, if I win every single game as fast as possible, I'm going to need plays somewhere in the area of like 8,000 or 9,000 hours. And that's assuming you're winning all of them. And you're just kind of like, well, those ones you go, no. No, never mind. There's lots of games that have those achievements that are just so far past not okay. That's easy if you enjoy it. Well, I mean, 10,000 hours is still an obnoxious amount of time. Like, for example, for a year and a half, streaming every single day of the week just about for 11 hours a day, playing Project Zomboid almost exclusively at times, even that still only got a couple thousand hours on there. So it is one of those things that's like, yes, you can get time fast, but that means only if you're playing that game nearly exclusively. That's kind of the thing. So that's fully enclosed now, so we get the geothermal online. The point is, to me, an achievement isn't, hey, can you just put a lot of time in this? To me, those are bad achievements. The good achievements are stuff like, okay, trigger these two bosses and fight them simultaneously. You know, do the thing where it's like, collect all the item, you know, finish the story, fight multiple bosses simultaneously, manage to keep your vehicle airborne for more than 60 seconds. Like, you know, the various, like, okay, that's a difficult thing to do, or it is a milestone thing to do. Like, both of those make really good achievements. So, like, in a lot of games, it can be very easy things, like you beat your first boss, given an achievement. You know, that's an important milestone in a game. Like your first Souls game, you know, beat your first Souls boss. Fair enough, that's a decent achievement, and it is an achievement. Honestly, in Souls games, dying your first time is usually an achievement. Which is one, they know you're going to get it, but it's kind of a mark of progression in the game is the important bit. That you're like, hey, you've done this for a bit till, you know, whatever. What if you don't? What if you don't die? I mean, if you want the achievement, you go kill yourself in the game. Yeah, it's like, if you don't die, there's an easy way to get that achievement. You find the nearest cliff or enemy and you die. Like, that's the thing. You can, like, well, and realistically, especially when you're talking, like, the Souls-like games, Souls-like games are one of those ones that people have the argument, is it or is it not hard? And my comment with that is more along the lines of, it's punishing. So it is usually just pattern You want my good medicine? You want my good stuff? That good stuff is expensive. Void curiosity, I don't care. Fine. I'll be salty about it, but I'll give it to you. Yeah, no, I took care of a leprechaun. It's just the thing. Automod will grab stuff. You don't need to, like... Here's a hint. If Automod ever grabs something, you don't immediately try and circumvent Automod. Most channels will be like, hey, don't try and circumvent Automod. It's on for a reason. That said, it does false positive on stuff and all that. We don't deliberately go, oh no, not that word. We do sometimes go, oh no, not that word, but not in this case. Instead, you know, like, we'll see that Automod grabbed everything. Like, kicking everything to death in Elden Ring, a man did that, and it took him 1,000 hours to compete. Yeah, to me, that's not... It's it's an accomplishment. It's one I'm not interested in doing. Like, you could do that. You could be like, I'm gonna beat this game entirely unarmed. It's like, that's fine if that's what you want to do to, like, you know, have your flex being like, look, this amazing thing I did, it's super hard. Like, I'm impressed. It's also the kind of challenge I go, do you want to do that? No. No. No, I don't. I'm good. Alright. The guy who leveled 1 to 70 something by only herbalism and WoW. Yeah. At least with some of those ones in, like, World of Warcraft, I can see if you're, like, just really into that one thing, I could see how you could get there. Deliberately deciding to do that, that's certainly a choice to make in your life, I guess. But yeah. Kind of hope we'll cut down these trees soon. Because in just a moment, honestly, we could just deconstruct that bench now. And the reason we could just deconstruct that bench right now is I'm not going to get more wood for it before we get the geothermal up. So at least I don't think we will, because you're more than able to do that. You're cured of chasing achievements the second you saw them the very first time. So for me, I like achievements for a couple of reasons. One is I like doing challenge runs of stuff, and a lot of times there are achievements that effectively give you a challenge run. Like Terraria very famously, like, hey, fight all the mechanical bosses at the same time. And you're like, huh, I don't think I would have ever thought to do that. Yay! Silver Force is no longer an infant, so we no longer have to sit there and have everyone, like, give up all of their time trying to deal with that. So what we're going to do is Silver Force will be restricted to stay in the safe area. And I don't think we have any weapons available for you because we sold them all, but we'll get you one. You need a bop up. That's totally fine if you're not into achievements. That's the thing. Some people like achievements. I very much enjoy achievement hunting. Now that said, there are absolutely games that you see the achievements, you go, that's gonna be a no. That's gonna be a big old no, is what that's gonna be. There are lots of games that fall into that side of things where the achievement is just super grindy and awful. A ghoul is attacking. Okay, so what do we got here? So you've got a torso scar, but you do have ghoul plating, and you've got a hurt right leg. We should be able to, well, and you're a delicate ghoul, so that's certainly a choice. Let's see, wait, did a game say that you wouldn't do something? Someone hold your beer, let's see. Unless it looks so annoying that it's impossible. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's definitely games that, like, you look at the achievements and go, that's just obnoxious. Okay, we now have sufficient knowledge to... Yeah, we're not ready to push that farther. Yeah, maybe we'll go down easy. I'm assuming you'll come this way. Collecting all the feathers? Yeah, that's fine. I don't know Assassin's Creed and how that one, like, I don't have context to how hard it is to collect all the feathers. Like, I played it, but I didn't go for that one because I've just never been much... It's not that I've never been. As I got older, I didn't really do much console gaming anymore. Okay. So, are you done? Yeah, let's go ahead and, hey, friend. You get to stay. But yeah. Like, there's actually some of the achievements that could be tedious I enjoy. As long as the gameplay loop I'm doing is already fun, I don't mind grinding for it. Like, I've been doing the achievements for Coral Island lately, and those are pretty rough. The Legendary Farmer Special is a pretty rough achievement to do. I would like you to extract bioferrite. Okay, so that requires 35 containment to keep you in here, and we have 65, which is pretty awful containment amount. And that's because there's no light or anything. So what's it say your breakout rate is going to be? 18 years? Okay, that's fine. 18 years is an extremely long one. So we'll be cutting down the... Yeah, those trees are ready to harvest, so Lardine should cut down those trees any second now, and we'll start putting on some wood doors. But yeah, and everyone has a different threshold for the types of achievements they do and don't like, what's too much and too little. And it can even be like the same person, like one game really resonates with you and you're like, yeah, I'll do this grindy achievement because I'm just having fun anyways. And you'll have other achievements and you'll be like, okay, just absolutely not, there's no way. That's 18 years in their current health state. This is true. Let's deconstruct those two, because we're about to get the other one. We can make the better stuff, and then we'll transfer them over. Sterile materials, that's fine. Let's go for advanced lights next. You're in the... I'm already at this point, so I'll go the extra step to get the achievement, but don't actually seek them out. Yeah, that's totally fine. Like, that's the thing. There are a lot of people who, the way they want to play a game is, they want to beat the story and move on. Or, like, get the ending and move on, or whatever you know, your threshold is. You have the thing you want to accomplish that's like the main, you roll credits, and that's it. There are a lot of people, once they roll credits, the game's done. I don't need you. You roll credits and you're done. There's also people who do like to 100% games as well. Which is, again, totally a valid thing as well. For me, and to be clear, even to people who achievement hunt, there are games that you look at the achievements and go, no. There are games that you get all excited about the achievements. There's so many of these animals all over my food. Okay, so with that structure, wooden door, and then we can go over here and go temperature. Well, actually, first, zone, remove roof, and then we'll do temperature. We'll do temperature, AC. And it is time to get the freezer online. There's still one achievement you wish you could unlock forever, and each time you load up the game, you slide down the fire pole in Ghostbusters game. One of the things I found is I only care about achievements on Steam. Mostly because trying to care about the achievements on all the different platforms, I just don't want to go through it. So if a game is like, I have Steam's on Origin, but not on Steam, it's like, yep, whatever. Killing all legendary pirate ships? Yeah, I haven't played Black Flag. I played the earlier Assassin's Creed, but those were one of those games that, after about the 4th or 5th one, I'm like, all right, I've done this formula before. I'm ready for something new and exciting. I need to get the wood to close the perimeter. So once I get these 2 doors, the next thing I do is I'm going to work on getting this perimeter closed. That way it can stop the endless amounts of food. Let's see. Black Flag was the last one you really got into. It had a great new gameplay. I heard good things about Black Flag. To be clear, like that was one of the ones I heard people rant and rave the most about. And it wasn't, again, one of those things I deliberately was like, nah, I'm not gonna get that. It was more along the lines of, okay, you know, there's all these games coming out. Is this the one I want to put my time into? And it was just kind of that type thing. Alright, so we need to scooch the power up 2 more tiles. Because of the anomaly, it's actually important to have lights. Just scooch that 1 over. That way I can put the... Actually, do that instead. Oh yeah, finally having lights in this place. Oh no, don't be off tile. No, don't be off tile. We can't really caravan at all well. Okay, so we have a major problem here. And the problem is that's 100% pollution for all of it. So what we're going to do is we're going to have to find someone who can get over there, deal with it, and get back. I think it's Vaxry. I think Silver... Well, not necessarily going to die, but it's definitely not going to be good for them. So 1.2 days. Silveraxi is going by themselves. And we don't have pack animals that we can speed up. And the reason I'm doing that is I want them to get out of here and do so as quickly and as efficiently as possible. They have a mask on, so we've done what we can to protect them. But this is definitely not good for them. And the reason why it's so dangerous is because the pollution is at 100%. They are going to have toxic buildup the entire time they're there. well, the entire time they're traveling. So by the time they get back, we're probably going to be somewhere at the area of like moderate to serious toxic buildup. What is the challenge? So basically, we're on a map that the globe has 100% pollution, so I max out the pollution, on a tile that when we started it, it was at 100% pollution as well. It's down to 97%. So if we look at our tile right now, and I hit pollution, congratulations, it's terrible. It's also Swamp Hill, so it's also impossible to build on most of it. And so it's all around that. Yeah, so we're at initial toxic buildup. So surprisingly got all the way over there in one quick go. Okay, so claim the door, go in the door. Yeah, so you can see almost all the maps. So yeah, where I mentioned earlier that when you start a tile at 100%, you get a pocket like that. That's what you normally get. The map we chose for some reason didn't give us that, which we made it work, even though it got really dicey. You think you've never used the face masks? Oh, you absolutely should. Face masks are actually really, really good, and people underestimate them. Because if you look at it, it's not a lot of resistance. It's only about 4 to 7%. So they do give you some damage resistance. They do give you a tiny bit of heat resistance that goes on top of everything else. But on top of all that, they give you a 50... Well, actually, let's look at that. They give you a 50% toxic environment resistance. So they actually are really good. Please don't have a break. I didn't realize how long it's going to take you to break this. Okay, and standing in that door as well, we are slowly recovering. Yeah. Oh, no, that's the thing. It's like, no, very genuinely... The face masks are huge for when you're dealing with, like, wasters and that. They're gonna tox grenade you and all that. Countdown to activation. Okay, that's actually pretty rough, but that's fine. And I know we could grab the component and all that. We're just gonna get out of here. Alright, so when they get back, they're gonna be pretty sick from the toxic buildup. Nothing I can do about it. And I sent them there because they're the researcher. So generally they just kind of chill in base to begin with. Will you take Hussars if you get them, since they have partial antitoxic lungs? No, so one of my rules is I'm not allowed to make myself immune and all that. I also really don't like Hussars in the game. Any of the biotech that has aggressive, hyper-aggressive or anything, I'll take them if I'm doing biotech shenanigans, but if I'm doing a run that's anything but messing with biotech and gene splicing, I will generally avoid anyone who has a high frequency of kicking into social fights. I can't tell you how many times I've lost really good colonists and runs because of constant social fighting because someone has, like, aggressive or one of those kind of traits. Does he have kind of waster colony and she's a sweetie pie? Yeah, no, if I can get dead calm or kind or stuff like that on people, it's usually not that bad. Alright, so we've got our freezer online. So it's now time to start going furniture. We'll do that, and now we got zone, stockpile. It's a dumping stockpile. We're gonna go here and go clear, low priority, toxic waste. They gave me a big old pile of silver. Okay, so you got back. How bad is it? Honestly, not bad. You're right on the edge of hitting moderate. Like you might hit moderate. Okay, so you got to minor. So that's honestly not too bad. We did manage to move fast and get taken care of. So that wasn't too bad. The thing that would have been really rough is like over here, for example. That would have been like 2 days each way. That probably would have been... We go there 2 days. We go inside the room, lock the doors, and just try and rest inside the building until we're ready. We're going to be putting just food in there, by the way. Oh, come on. Don't do that. So link, storage, clear, important, food, stop there. And now's where everything changes. We just go up here, clean up all that pollution, every last bit of it. Also, let's get that inside the keep the pollution away zone. Same with that down there. And the reason why I'm doing that is now that I have a freezer, I can bag up the pollution and dump it inside here. And by doing that, we'll be in good shape. Yeah, no, gas masks are okay because they're not full immunity. Bionic kidneys giving resistance, that I'm on the fence with. Because, like, I'm okay with stuff like, obviously I'm wearing the masks and all that kind of stuff. The big thing is I don't want to give myself anything that the pollution gives me a benefit, or the pollution, like, I can just negate it. And we'll stop it there for right now. The gas mask, you got to survive long enough to get them in the first place. This is true. And they do wear out as well, and I believe they require components as well. So there is a decent ongoing investment with keeping the gas masks online. So we're going to delete that zone now. And we're going to expand this. Ultimately, that's what it's going to be, because we're going to get rid of those trees, because now that I'm not cooking with the wood, the amount of wood I need has gone down tremendously. So that'll help a lot. Is it the second run? Had D&D earlier, missed the start of the stream. We're still alive in this same run we did, like this is the run we did switch to. We started stream with some demos for Steam Next Fest, and then switched over to this. We played what did we play? We played Heat Death, which is a survival open world survivor game based on a train. So think Raft, but it's a train instead of a raft. Monolith study progress. We have breakthrough while studying the monolith. He believes the monolith is a conduit to psychic energy, connecting to distant location. However, he's unsure where it connects to. Is convinced by studying the anomaly entities that he can find a way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. Cool. You have to reconsider the face mask when you can also use it with a hat and helmet within there. Yeah, so it's giving it the teeniest, tiniest little extra bit of resistance. So all those times that you have a character get popped and they die in one hit, it could have been that it may have been that thing to give you that extra teeny tiny little bit of resistance that they would have survived by 1 hit point. Or they could still just die in 1 hit. But it is giving you a slightly better odds of winning the dice roll. That's it. We're on an ad break real fast, and I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in a moment. Destroy it all. Of course. Of course. Impressed that even with some pretty awful grabs, I've been able to get stuff back with this one. The truck, if I had anything less than a perfect grab, you just have logs get dropped out of the side of it or whatever. Now that I haven't had any escape this, we definitely have. It's shaking a bit. It's not happy about that. But I think it'll do well enough to get it over here, which is all I really care about. Okay. Oh, none of these are great choices.
No, those are both real bad.
I know. Ah, yes. More things. Any preference on which one you'd be like to subject it to the most?
What I'm gonna invite Obi real quick so he can come help us out.
Sounds good.
We played this a lot.
So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. All right. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour, and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're going to try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. All right. I still liked that bit. It was a dare drop that they had a new map in Farm Sim, and the whole thing about it was that they're like, okay, we want you to go and like give a tour of it, like actually like a tour guide as part of the dare drop, and that was what that was. So as putting on like the whole over the top like positive vibe like tour guide. Which, for the record, once upon a time, I actually used to be a tour guide as like a teenager job for the Kennedy Space Center, when they used to launch the shuttle. So I've had to put that I didn't drum it up like I did for the stream, for the record. That is not an accurate presentation of how it was, but we definitely leaned in and had a good time with it, but also had this like low key that we're being held there by wizards. Because of just the unexplained breaking physics that happen in pretty much every simulation game that exists. We had a good time with that. And because I can't remember where that map was it Sri Lanka was that map? But there was a lot of that map where it's like you'd pull up to Billy, it's like, yep, I have no idea how to pronounce that. Why do I have like... I'll have to check. It's like all of the Discords have like major circles on. I've got like 3 or 4 like notifications on, and usually I don't have any that directly notify me. So it's like, okay, what's going on? There's notifications everywhere. I won't check it during stream unless it's like the admin or mod channels or whatever for the stream. It's easy to get yourself into the weeds on that. So let's grab your stuff. So copy your settings, do this, link, pay settings, that way keep just the food in there. Alright. So with that, we can go ahead and take entity, and I want you to be transferred to that one instead. Yeah, escape interval 3.1 years. Let's prioritize you to transfer them. Take that apart. Build a copy over here. We also want to go in here, because there is a whole thing with the entities in there, that if you have them in, like, if the room is lit up, they, it takes them longer to break out. It puts them under higher containment. I actually have trace amounts of wood, chat. Trace amounts! We waited our whole life for this moment. I can finally close doors. Alright, so we've got our advanced lights. What do I want to make happen next? Probably not the auto doors, not the batteries. We don't care about the Goju stuff and all that. Hooray, privacy! Alright, let's not go too far. We'll go for smithing so I can start getting helmets and all that going. And with that, we suddenly get all those. So we still need more lights in this place. Because when we have the Noctil event, any area that isn't lit up that we go and start running through will start taking damage. So we want to make sure that's not a big problem. The other thing we can now do is we can get the floodlight. And honestly, that floodlight will cover almost the entire interior space. That's been a long time coming. Yeah, so now that we've got a freezer here, what I can do is I can clean up really large areas of pollution, toss the bags in the freezer, and then what'll happen is as these trees become available to absorb more pollution, they'll haul them out to those respective trees, and you just repeat the process. And so it does let us finally start properly cleaning the pollution out of the area. There still is a bottleneck that actually getting rid of the pollution long-term takes a while. But in the short term, you know, we can kind of work on that. Alright, 1 second. Okay, let's try and remember what we did and didn't have on that. So we'll want the machining bench, or the machining table here not too long. Eventually we'll want to go and get the smelter as well. Well, that will start to build up. Let's see, will you work your way up to the waste pack atomizer if you reach that tech level? Probably not. The waste pack atomizer is relatively slow in its ability to process, and that requires me to basically do the entirety of the mechanator stuff, and that's not really something I care about. Okay, another thing we can do. Alright, so that's fully surrounded. That's fully surrounded. Yeah, so all three of those are fully surrounded. Volcanic winter. Lovely. So our food is still not in a great place. Oh my god, I have so many things on here. We're gonna just have to hunt all of these rats. Okay. I deprioritized your hunting because I wanted you to get other stuff done. But Luxray, get out there, buddy. I've got 1 billion rats in my area, and we're still working on getting enough wood to do anything. Oh, there is one tile I could build more wall over there. Okay. Love everything. I need all of these animals to not be here. Start shooting all the animals. It's one thing I miss from the old allow tool, is I do miss where you can say, like, you know, draft hunt. Where anything that's nearby range to where you're drafted, that is flagged for hunt, they will start shooting at. It was always a good way for dealing with stuff like that. Versus the moment we step away, the rats and all that will immediately come right back in. Yeah, so Luxray will cook as their main priority and hunt as their next priority. I can probably lock that open now. Alright, we got Toxilip coming in, so let's gather everyone around to do it again. Okay. Let's just giving them out the toxic to go down. Yeah, so downside is that's all the more wood stuff we got built. So we are still hurting on that. We do have it set up to be planted more of them. We're just going to be dealing. It's fine. Okay. There's no more trees in the map that I'm missing. We've got our willow, we got our harbinger. We've got a singular rat palm down there. It's fine. Another thing we could potentially do is let's go to Misk, meditation spots. We can start with some of these real fast. And go zone, pollution removal zone. So that way, if we want, we can potentially slowly do the thing where we get our psychic powers kind of deal. Visitors, they have stuff to trade, cool. So another good news is we are slowly working our way through the stone chunks, everything. We're getting the pollution out of our perimeter. Better sleepy? Will you sleep? If you're sleepy, you should sleep. But they ain't good for hanging out, Strider. You sleep well and all that good stuff. Alright, so we can get our worn out clothes out of here. And that'll all be good. I would like your medicine. And that'll do for right now. And so far, the speed we're pulling up the toxic packs, we're not really overwhelming the trees. We just don't have enough people dedicated to those roles. As Silver's forest gets older, that'll become a lot easier to deal with. Oh, that's another thing we should do. Furniture. I should get a school desk. That's made out of slate. And we can get the blackboards made out of slate. Huh. Wonder why it's saying not linked to building there. Okay, so we can get shooting XP from a book. That's actually not bad. Or an advanced component. I'd actually... All things considered, being able to get a book to teach shooting as one of my recreation items would be a pretty good one. So that people are always passively getting it. The gene pack is going to go to absolute waste, so we're just going to not even allow that. Nah, we'll allow it. It won't show whether you built a link in the desk until it's done. Yeah, I thought it was different than that last I remembered it, but I just probably misremembering it. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and get our bookshelf built. We'll make that slate as well. Please stop standing in the toxic waste. Alright, so we are picking down the entire population of animals nearby because I've got Luxray prioritizing that now just to get that population under control. Content, storage, critical. So we all our books get in here. Meanwhile, we could also go here. I'll put a door there. And wood walls there. Tiny bit of uranium. I could live with that. You know, probably put another door down here, and that'll be the 3 doors we have. We have the one there, the one there, and the one there. And then, like I said, we'll probably do around here somewhere. Somewhere over here, we'll find, like, a place we can put a defensive area where we got, like, barricades and walls to give ourselves as much of a defensive bonus as possible in a fight. And just have that be our fighting from location. Okay. Now, Luxray certainly doesn't have the best choice of weapon for what we're doing, but I'm okay with that. Luxray's just gaining shooting and all that. That's fine. Another book I usually like to get a hold of is if you can get a hold of a medical book, those could be really good. Getting a book that teaches medical means even your least medical pawns could slowly get some medical skills, so in a pinch they can at least be competent. That said, it's usually not a reliable way to level up medical. They just don't read frequently enough. Yeah, it's only about 40 chunks of those left on the map. And about 60 chunks of those. So Strider's down to the last 100 chunks of stone on the map before all the stones have been pulled up. And we were going to go ahead and make this into a hospital. Let's destroy that one segment of wall. Actually, I could just do it this way, apparently. So I can get those improved. Okay, so we've got smithing. So next we'll do machining. Cool. Storage, do not allow rotten, but do allow animal corpses. So that way they put the corpses in the freezer versus dumping them down here. Okay, so they've opened up another room that we can start taking the time to craft and all that. I'm gonna deconstruct that slate door and make it a wood door as well. Actually, we're not gonna... do I want to make a door? No, let's not make it a door. We're just gonna wall it off. Because that way it gets done now, and that means like when we go to get food, they'll just run through here. We can actually make... Well, we can make the hospital have a door there as well. And I'll put a wood door there. Yeah, so it is linked to all three of those. So each one of these is giving a 20% learning bonus. You can only have up to 3, so we've got all that going on. Okay. How are we doing on our anomaly research? Okay, so we're still working on the bioferrite shaping, which would be good, because once I get the bioferrite shaper, I could start making the, like, I can make the crossbow, that stun stuff. We'll be able to start moving over to the flare packs. And then at some point, I'm going to want to research the proximity detector, and we'll want to start doing that, where I put, like, one over here, one over there, so I can kind of see when stuff's entering and exiting, what direction it's going. This map, I don't think realistically I'm going to be able to get the grid coverage like I've been doing to, like, where I could be like, oh, the Revenant's here. Where I could, like, really narrow it down, because this is just wide open all around. But I do think I might be able to do something where I could put a prong out like this, and then put a detector over there. And that'll be enough to, like, isolate, is it in this quadrant, is it in that quadrant? Which still helps. We'll have to figure that all out. That's going to be real long-term construction. I'm going to have to push towards fabrication to get the components and all that, and we're going to have to push towards the drill. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, once we get the machining online, what I might do from there is go to microelectronics. And then for microelectronics, go drill ground penetrating, multi-analyzer fabrication. So kind of beeline past a lot. The hospital bed is probably worth us going. The moisture pump we'd also want to get. So probably microelectronics, moisture pump, deep drilling, ground penetrating, multi-analyzer, fabrication. And honestly, like advanced fabrication I could live without for a little while, but just to be able to make the components and be able to get steel, I think that'll be important. Because I'm going to need a reliable source for a lot of these things. Alright, let's change that to 20 meals. For the time being. Oh, I forgot Post Strider and Luxray cook. I totally forgot about that as a thing. Let's slightly deprioritize Strider on the cooking front and keep Strider on crafting. Okay, so they've got a group of wasters attacking. They've got 1 bolt action, 1 shotgun, 2 pistols. It's not my favorite. But let's double check. So they're bolt action. Let's see what we got here. So their melee pawn is very solid. The other melee pawn is useless in a fight. The toxic grenades I don't care about. The pistols, no big worry. The shotguns, probably not. The shotguns, plural. That pistol there, that's probably our biggest one there. That pistol with the 11 shooting is probably one of our biggest threats. The schedule, restrict them to the home zone for right now. I have got to scale up our stuff. So, I can try and push my luck that we could try and... You have armor? You do not. So we could try our luck and see... So they don't seem to have flak armor. We could try going out there and using the fact that we've got the chunks here to give ourselves a little bit of an edge. We've got more range than they do. So we can take out the bolt action. I shouldn't have kept moving. Let's just get into our position and start fighting. Okay, so for our ranged people, you're my biggest threat. If you can hit that target, hit that target. Wait, are you the biggest threat? No, you're the biggest threat. Wrong target. So we're getting a cover bonus, they are not. Come on, please hit Remy. How bad's the hit? It's not great hit. Is it our torso hit? It is, you retreat out if you can. You've done what you can, it's time to go. How's Luxray doing? You're fine. How's Soul Adam's doing? You're fine. Why there's so many guys? We actually have a decent amount of wealth in this colony. Okay, so everyone try and just get out. We've done work. Just try and get out of here. Oh, 1 second. I see what's going on here. Clear area 1. Just run around, because I need you to patch up Selfraxi. We did knock 2 of them. Nope, don't do that. We did knock 2 of them. We also knocked the one that was the biggest threat to us. We also got their bolt action person pretty solidly in the arm. No, it's so annoying they do that. Because Selfraxi's probably going to go down just because they got tagged pretty good. Yeah, so you tend to them immediately. The rest of you just get indoors real fast. Yeah, so now they've got 2 shotguns and 2 melee, and one of their melee is utter rubbish. But we are pretty roughed up. All right, so Strider is gonna have to stay out of this for a minute, as is. All right, so you 3 are gonna have to get out here for just a minute. I just need Strider to finish patching him up so he doesn't die. I really don't want to bring Selfraxi back in. They're probably one torso hit from death. That said, that's still a lot of them. Let's see. Okay, change the plan of where we're doing this. Let's see if we can't force them into fighting on our terms. I'm gonna have you chill over here. Strider, you need to get back in. You're not done yet, friend. Man, this is not a great place to be fighting from. So the hope is that we could bait them in where not all of them engage us at once. I'm trying to keep Selvrexy out of here enough that they can fight. Lardine will jump on whoever runs in here, which is going to be the one with the Tox Grenades first, which is perfect. So get in here, get in here. Where are you going? Where are you going, Zandy? That's not how this is supposed to play out. You were supposed to lead the charge. Perfect. So I'm hoping I could bait them into coming in here. So you move over here, you go over here. Lardine needs to get out of there. Because he's about to get overrun with shotguns. Move. Move. Nicely done. Go grab the gun. Oh, stop it. Cool. Okay, so who has what injuries? You're relatively okay. So you need to be patched up, Lardine. So let's get you... I need you... Oh, your right lung. They blew out your right lung. That sucks. I need to just put a bed somewhere for you, because I can't force you to sleep unless they have a bed marked for medical. So mark that as medical. Lardine, get in there. You're bleeding too much. Please put out the one fire by itself so you can limit where it can spread from. Generally you'll find I usually won't organ harvest people. In this case I do have stop, go back to bed. Patch him up. Alright, who's the next one? Get in the bed. Yeah, now you'll find usually it won't organ harvest people. I usually won't cannibalize people. I've done all that stuff in the past in the runs, but for me nowadays, it's like, okay, you could do it. Strategically, there are reasons to do it as well. But, I try and treat RimWorld. I find the game more challenging and more interesting if you deliberately do try to behave like, you know, a fairly reasonable person. Because even like a normal person, if you have like a person who's got an injury and they could benefit from having a forced organ transplant, generally speaking, most people are not comfortable with the idea of just lobbing into someone and ripping organs out of their body. That's not a person who is in a psychologically healthy position typically will entertain. Alright, so let's get rid of that spot. So you go to your actual beds. Now, obviously, video games are video games. It's not real life. No judgment for anyone doing whatever in the game. But for me, it's more interesting to try and go, oh, you were just people. You ended up on this awful planet. You're just trying to make it. But like, how far are you willing to go? Like, how much of your humanity are you willing to leave behind to get to the other side? Did it start raining? That fire went from strange chat over quickly? No, it didn't start raining. There's certain things that are more flammable there. That's what bionics are for. Understand the weakness of the flesh, and you too will yearn for the machine. Absolutely. So bionics just became a somewhat higher priority for us. That said, I'm pretty sure, unfortunately, it's not even bionics that will help with the lungs. Because the bionics are... Where are you? You're around here. Bionics are here. I think it's toxic filtration is the lung. More realistically, we'll have a, I believe it's an exotic goods trader will show up, and we'll just buy an organ, or we'll get really lucky and we'll get pulled into the anomaly maze, and in the anomaly maze, I find so many organs in that event that usually I walk away and I've got like a heart and, you know, a lung and 2 kidneys or whatever by the time I'm out of it. Or, more realistically, we go into bioregeneration and just regrow the organ. There's so many options. Back in the day in RimWorld, when your only choice, or actually we get the unnatural healing's another one. Mech healing serum is another one. There's lots of options to fix it nowadays. It used to be back in the day, your choices were mech healing serum, resurrection serum, which are very rare, or can you regrow organs with bioregeneration? I thought you could. I could be wrong. But I thought that was like the whole point of bioregeneration is you could cure scars and a whole bunch of stuff. There was some stuff you couldn't. So I might be misremembering. It'll tell you when you go to do it, it'll say like this is going to try and fix this problem and this problem. All right. With advanced biosculpture research? Yeah, that's the bioregeneration over here. Yeah, because unlike bioregeneration, cures scars, missing small organs like fingers and toes, and cures... so I don't think it'll give me a lung back. That's implying that it probably won't give me a lung back. Usually I don't even have to do that. Nowadays, we just... Like, if we get a person with unnatural healing, we're just good. I usually will go out of my way to try and keep a person with unnatural healing around. I had my first anomaly run that I won. We got 2 people with unnatural healing, and just... It was so broken. I mean, everyone had tentacles and stuff, and they're all getting really upset about it. But it didn't matter what negative effect people got. You're like, nah, you're better. Get out of here. Okay, so we're no longer under permanent fog, so that's good. The volcanic winter is still going. Yeah, two mech healing serums every 5 days is broken as heck. Oh yeah, no, and having those people just running around, and the best one is I got the cloning obelisk, and you can't clone them, but I had like one pawn that was just like generically good, had high shooting, had some medical, some crafting, some mining, some construction. It was like, I think it was the first like kid we had raised in the colony that we didn't specialize them. We kind of just broadly had them good at a lot of stuff. And we got the cloning obelisk, and we would clone them, and you know they get stuff like, oh no, I have the thing where one of us has to die. You know, unnatural heal both of them. Okay, no problem. Clone them again. That's part of why you consider the mod TTK overpowered, is you just buy Mech Resurrection Serum? Yeah. Well, I mean, TTK, which is the Twitch toolkit, that's the whole thing. Like, it's both overpowered for you and against you. I just consider it completely exhausting for me personally, because when you do that on stream, everyone's redeeming stuff, so some of them are hugging you to death, some of them are deliberately trying to sabotage you, a little A, a little B, and it's just everything is at 11 all the time unless you constantly tweak the values of stuff. Like, you just have to keep adjusting and tweaking and adjusting and tweaking to keep it in a good place. Alright, we got our spacecraft to break up. I'm actually impressed that you're not sitting here with a really heavy... Dose that. Looks like he's not supporting 1.5. Oh, TTK? They also, I think with like 1.4, it was one of those things that was like supported asterisk kind of thing. Like, they're supported, but like there's a lot of stuff that fell behind. Like, they had the, I think it was like the tornado generator thing. There was something that they included in it that the RimWorld officially kind of dropped as an item you can normally get, but it was still technically present in the files. And that TTK could still get it. And it was one of those things that would sometimes cause crashes. Because of that. Like, it just hadn't been updated or whatever. I can't remember, was it... I can't remember what it was. There was something that it had that was in that situation. But it was one of those things that, like, people wanted it, but it would mess with stuff. Tornadoes were always a weird item. Dark vision, that's fine. Have a good time. Another streamer, you know, got upset with you buying flat gear because it's increasing your wealth. Okay, if you're upset about flat gear blowing up your wealth, like, it's one thing if someone buys like 50 flat gear and just mountains it up, then yeah. But like buying flat gear for their pawn, it's like, right, they're blowing up your wealth, but also the wealth they're blowing up is giving you better combat ability. So it doesn't really hurt anything, so I don't understand. Versus like when people do the thing where they try to do the trolling where they buy you chickens or whatever, or they like get the chickens, the ducks, the turkeys, or any of the other animals that breed really fast. It was juice and it was early game. Well, that's weird because so normally with TTK you can't gift someone something they haven't unlocked unless they change their settings. So Juice would have had to, you know, research all the way to the flak armor, which I would definitely say by the time you're to flak armor, you're not early game anymore. You could be like early mid game. But yeah. But that's part of the reason I don't do TTK is you got to configure all of that stuff. And it's not that... Oh, no, it's Rim Connect? Oh, I have no idea. Nah, if it's Rim Connect, yeah, I could see people being upset, like, skipping tech ahead. But I wouldn't see it about as a wealth boost. To me, like, the wealth boost of, like, you know, giving me flak armor, that wouldn't bother me. I'm like, you just gave me a thing to keep my pawns alive much better. That's like getting upset about the wealth boost of someone giving you an assault rifle. You're like, but, like, I've just given you the tool, like, I gave you the thing to help counter the wealth boost, which is to make you more effective in combat. But yeah, not just one of those things. If you're going to do Twitch integration with RimWorld, you need to take the time to adjust your values, adjust the way people get things, all that kind of stuff. Please don't stand there right there as it explodes, Luxray. Okay, smoke spewer for a person to join. No, thank you. Please don't just stand in it. That's what gets you killed. is just standing right on top of those things when they explode. Because the build-up thing. I'm also surprised you haven't mined any of that. Who is our mining person? Oh, I see. So you're busy constructing because you've got that backlogged and then you're mining. That's fine. But yeah, no, that's it's one of those things, and that's why I don't when I do Twitch integration, it's a one-off throwaway stream that, you know, we just have shenanigans, that kind of thing. There's no way I'd ever get invested in a Twitch integration stream because it's one of those things you realize it's in people's hands that they suddenly decide to kill you. That there's combinations of events that they can overwhelm you because they just, you know, you're on a tile with not enough food and they sit there and just kind of throw stuff there. Let's see, he doesn't know Anomaly well, and I noticed that in one of his games I could buy the spine of that Anomaly enemy. Oh man. Yeah, let's not make it about other content creators though, just because, you know, I consider Juice a cool person. All that good stuff. And I don't want it to feel like, you know, you're talking negative. Like, I'm not saying that, but it's one of those things I want to deliberately not talk negative about other creators. Or what could be taken as negative of other creators. Because Juice is good people. But yeah, that's why I don't do Twitch TTK or Rim Connect or any of that stuff on any regularity. Yeah, no, I gotcha. But as well as things I'm like, oh yeah, out of context, someone could be like, hey man, this guy's talking smack about you. Well, I guess you just go and get all this stuff. Because that's gonna just decay out there, so let's just go ahead and get that out of here. And actually, let's trade with you again, but this time gift you. How would you like to just get these things? You know what? I can live with that. Because I'm just getting rid of them. We've got the materials to, like, make more of them. It's fine. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things when you're doing, like, Twitch integration stuff. Because the thing is, like, you can have the exact same channel and you have one day where you have a lower viewership. And so your Twitch integration stuff can be nice and chill because not that many people are accruing points. And then the next one, or they're just not, they're lurking, they're not being as active. And then you go to the next stream and you have more people and they're not lurking, they're just very active. And just, it is completely unmanageably, like chaotic stuff going on. Or you said a bunch of, like, you can only redeem these so fast. This is me thinking from the TTK side of it. I haven't used Rim Connect enough to have a stance on it. But, like, from the TTK. Or you could artificially say, well, you can only redeem that so often, and that so often, and that so often, like, go through and do all that time. And if you have too many people, now no one has anything to do, and it means you're going to get those events on, like, as fast as they come off cooldown. And it's just one of those things that there is so much tweaking and balancing and adjusting you have to do to manage it. And just even in the same channel, you got to constantly tweak it up and down, and if you RimWorld only and you do Twitch integration regularly, it can be worth taking the time and effort to do that. But even as someone who RimWorld is one of my most played games on the channel and probably the most consistently played game on the channel, I have no interest in doing it. That's usually one of those things I do as a reward for, like, charity streams or streamathons, that kind of stuff, is I'll do, like, a Twitch integration stream of something. Knowing chat is just going to throw absolute anarchy at me for the whole time. Usually by the end of the streams, I end up with, like, a splitting headache because it's just at 11 the entire time. So I'll just, like, I'll wrap up at that point and call it a night. And then people are like, you gonna do that again? It's like, not for a while. Not for a while. It can be fun a little bit, but it definitely wears out real quick for me. And like I said, it's hard for me to ever feel invested in those runs because you know it is on someone's hands that they just could be like, yeah, 2 or 3 of you get together and you do, like, okay, we're gonna hit you with the medium psychic drone, and at the same time that's going around, do a caravan off tile to go do this other thing, and at the same time do like a toxic fallout kind of thing. Like these combinations of events that you go, well, I guess I'll die. Or they wait so you start sending your colonists off to go deal with the thing off tile, and they immediately drop a mech cluster on your map. And you're just like, well, rip me. Because now all my fighters are off doing this other thing, and I've got this mech cluster, and it's just RNG if my people come back in the right angle of the tile, or just get murdered the moment they step on the tile. And you'll have people try and help you out that they'll see that and they'll like pay to give you an orbital bombardment thing so you can just deal with that situation. But to me, it feels like in that case it's less about me playing the game and playing it well and more just are people being trolly or helpful more. And then the other thing of where like you'll have people do all sorts of stuff, and a lot of it's malicious, where they'll be like, oh, let me just keep giving you chem fuel, let me just keep giving you this, like blow up your wealth, or give you the chickens or ducks. I've literally gone to TTK, it's like no chickens, no ducks, no fertilized eggs for them. No, I think there's like 4 or 5 of them that are really easy to breed really fast, that they can get away with from you very quickly if you're not on top of it. That I had to go in because every time I did TTK, this is the first thing everyone did, so I was like, alright, well, I'm just disabling all that. But the egg chaos, well, that's the thing. That's what everyone does with TTK. I'm being unfair. Everyone does do it. That's just the thing. You only need one person to do that, where they just go, okay, I've gifted you 50 fertilized chicken eggs. And suddenly you have this swarm of like 100 chickens in a matter of like an in-game season. You're like, what the do I do? And then you just have one person or 2 people who their entire job is animal taming, and all they do is they wake up and they start slaughtering all of the animals. And even then, it's struggle to catch up on them. Yeah. Send 300 tame squirrels. Yeah, so usually I tone mine down, because even where I toned it down, it's so frenetic, so chaotic. By the time stream's over, I'm at that point ready for stream to be over. Like, I'm just so past spent. Which is not normally the way my streams go. Like, there's definitely games I do that can be exhausting and difficult, but... yeah, don't wait till you get really bad hypothermia. Let's see, I built multiple pawns and TTK runs with Architect parts with Mono Sword or whatever the best range weapon with mods. Yeah, nuts. I've definitely seen that, like where people have made like these super juiced pawns that everyone can kind of get into, and it can be fun. Like, it's fun as a one-off. But even like, I've found I don't even want to do it for a full stream. Like when I do it, I usually want to do it for like 4 or 5 hours, and that's pretty much the point where it starts to turn from like, I'm having a good time to, I just am ready for this to not be going. I do miss, it's been a long time, when we did our first Arco Nexus run on the channel, we had, man, it was like out of our 5 pawns, we had like 3 of them had, you know, mostly Arco Tech. It was really an absurdly strong run. And so we'd start out the thing, and the first couple raids would show up, but we'd just drop them. For you, it'd be just too easy. Well, that's the thing with TTK. TTK, like people, you'll have people playing different things for you, one way or the other. You'll have some people who they'll work to do a lot to help you, and it is, I jokingly call it the hug of death, where they'll be like, oh, you could use some food, and they'll throw a bunch of food at you. Oh, you could use some components, and they'll throw components on you, and you'll just watch your wealth just kind of like go straight up, because they're doing stuff to help you. But where normally you have this kind of like give and take, where you have stuff going away and coming and going away and coming, and even then your wealth will still just, you know, you can see where it just climbs like this. I wonder what I got here that jumped my wealth by like 10,000 at once. What did I get at? Oh, I bet you that's what I broke this open. I bet you these caskets are worth a mint. Well, no. Mass animal insanity, enemy raid. No, I don't think that was. Well, actually, it's hard to tell because it was a caravan we put it loose on. Yeah, so this is probably when we broke open the Ancient Danger. But you see, like, even where I'm doing a very, very slow building colony, our wealth is just on a steady climb. When you play TTK, it's like this. It's like kind of like that angle. Because even if someone throws raids at you, you kill all the pawns, all their crap falls on the ground, and you get a bunch of wealth. If people give you weapons and all that to give you an advantage, it's a bunch of wealth. So it is one of those things that they just keep building and building and building. Like, then you have people who buy only one pawn and you end up with too many pawns early game. Well, even late game, I've talked about before, for me, once you get around, like, 16 or so pawns, the game is not as much fun for me at that point because of how many pawns you're keeping up with. With RimWorld, with, like, the RNG stuff where people get into social fights and insult each other and all those other things, when you start getting to that level of saturation of pawns all interacting with each other, you basically just watch them beat the crap out of each other all the time. That everyone will be happy as can be. You'll look at them and they'll be like this person here, where like, where are we at? We're at needs. We're basically maxed out, and they'll still beat the crap out of each other. Does he did anything from the caravan fighting, the Ancient Danger, die, fall, drop it stuff? That would have been a well spike. Yeah, so we didn't get any meaningful equipment out of this. We did get, what did we get out here? We got a couple Glitter World, like just a couple Glitter World. Yeah, so they're right there. So we got 6 Glitter World medicine out of that. Oh, it's considering that outdoors. We need to deal with that. Why haven't you dealt with this? Oh, because it's set to the wrong thing. I forgot. That wasn't wall I built. That was the one existing, and I don't have sandstone brick anywhere here. That's the problem. I was like, why haven't you built that this whole time? You've seen streams slow down real bad because TTK with that? Oh yeah, no, it could absolutely just kill your game performance too. How close are you to being ready to be harvested? You're nowhere close. So problem is that's all being considered outdoors right now because of these passages. I'm gonna close that up for the moment. You know what we can do actually? We'll cancel that. I will make this door here out of slate because I'm gonna leave it open 90% of the time. Like the only time I'll close this for like certain events when I want to make sure people don't cut through there. So as far as like an inside my base door, that could be fine. I'd do that for the other one too. Transport pod crash. Do we care about you? Depressive, psychically dull. Have a good time. So now that shouldn't be considered outdoors. Okay, cool. So that'll avoid those rotting more. I'm not used to still having wood problems this late into the run. Are you storing pollution yet? We haven't had people picking it up fast enough. Like, I've got the whole thing queued for them to do it, but they're picking it up rather slowly. Because it does, one, like, you watch how long it takes. This is at 3 times fast forward and how long it takes that. You're so ready for RimWorld 2? I don't think we'll ever have a RimWorld 2. I suspect Tynan will just keep updating RimWorld until Tynan decides that Tynan's done making games, or just decides they're done with RimWorld. This is the kind of game you just keep updating more and more and more, and you don't bother with the sequel. Especially when you consider, for example, let's look at the indie darlings that made sequels recently. We have City Skylines 2. That didn't go great. We have Kerbal Space Program 2. That was a real bummer. I just want them to do the next major DLC and rework caravanning. That's all I want, is I just want caravanning reworked. Just not be what it is now. That's the one mechanic in RimWorld I just really am unhappy with. You just hope they never sell out? You mean like get bought by a publisher? Or like another company or whatever? Because counter argument, let's just say that Titan's like, you know what? I'm done. I want to retire. I've been doing this for like 10, 15 years. I'm ready to not make RimWorld. You know, and the dev team behind is like, yeah, you know, we're done. Would you rather see RimWorld stop existing entirely or someone to buy them? Now, I'm not saying I want either of those cases, but that is one of those things. So that was like what happened with like Prison Architect, for example. The developers behind Prison Architect were really tired of making Prison Architect. They've been making this one game for a long time. Like, we just want to do something different. We're burnt out. We're going to sell it to Paradox. Does it be cool if they had expansion, space travel, like Save Our Ship 2? Yeah, that's what things are like. That's what happened to City Skylines 2, Kerbal Space Program 2. Kerbal Space Program, they got acquired. I'm trying to remember with City Skylines that I know it's Colossal Order, but I thought Colossal Order published with Paradox from the beginning. I could be wrong about that. That's going way back in the old vault. And all that kind of thing. Yeah, I just want the caravanning to change. That's what I want. That's all I want. I don't know what we want for the caravanning. Just like I shouldn't have to micro getting my people to walk off the side of the map. Or orient my entire base around getting my people to walk off the map. If you have more than like a handful. If it gets like 3 or 4, it's not a problem. Yeah, to be fair, I also don't want them to like sell themselves on our thing. But I think Tynan is closer to Zach and Tarn with how they work on Dwarf Fortress. Passion project for sure. Yeah. They had a different city building-ish game before City Skylines 1, I think. I don't know. I mean, City Skylines 1 I felt was like really good. 2 felt very much like they pushed it out early. It was just not ready. Like, and to be fair, City Skylines 1, when it did come out, it also had a lot of rough edges. And same with Kerbal Space Program. I think they released it in the same state they did the original kind of thing, where it's really rocky and rough around the edges. And we're like, yeah, you know, this was fine the first time. And not realizing over the last literal decade that their games had been out, people's tolerance for bugs and jank and all that is not what it used to be. That there's so many games out there. Yeah. Right, so that's my point, is I don't think City Skylines sold out. I think they made the mistake of they released City Skylines 1 and it was a bit rough around the edges. But like, it existed in a world where City Skylines doesn't exist, that your only major competitor was SimCity. And that was especially right after SimCity, through Electronic Arts, had its wonderful multiplayer disaster. So it was a breath of fresh air, even though it had some really rough edges on it. And they continued to prove and make it better, and then it became the game that became absolutely beloved. And then the second one, they went and they did a lot of work, and I think the issue was it just came out too early. It didn't have enough time to bake in the oven, and they popped it out early. And so it was in a similar state to City Skylines 1 when it first released. The problem is City Skylines 2 exists in a universe that City Skylines 1 exists. So in a certain way, it has to measure up to itself. And I think that's also a thing that Kerbal Space Program did. While the dev team did change, is they're like, right, but the first one was in kind of the same shape. Was the defense I saw people give a Kerbal Space Program 2 is they said, hey, but Kerbal Space Program 1 when it came out was really rough like this too. What's the difference? And the difference is it exists in a universe that Kerbal Space Program 1 does exist. And even today I would objectively say, hey, between 1 and 2, what would you recommend? 1. Like, right now, if you're buying it, you buy 1, because it's the better game. Like, 2 improved some things, but it also was, like, you got the 1 step forward for, like, 30 steps back kind of problem. And maybe one day it gets there, probably not, because they've kind of divested from it in a big way. It kind of panned, and so they pulled, like, their teams got let go. So it's kind of on life support mode. We'll see what happens, whether they see it through or it does you know, get some spit polish, and then they call it a day. Yeah, you guys said you understood? Yeah, you don't have many games that truly sell out, that they're like, okay, we took our game, it's now someone else's, we don't care anymore, we took the money and run. There's a lot of times where the developers behind it, they burn out, they just don't want to make the game anymore, they want to do something else or retire, whatever the reason is, it's their own. And they go, okay, well, someone has to take over the game, or the game dies. And they go, okay, hey, do you want the game? Or a lot of times they get approached by people said, hey, are you willing to sell your game? And it is one of those things that you can't expect a developer to continue to maintain the same game for 30, 40 years. Would Minecraft be an example? I wouldn't say Minecraft sold out, but it was clear that Notch didn't want to be doing it anymore. And so that's kind of one of the reasons I wouldn't call it selling out either. Like, he didn't want to be doing it anymore, he wanted out. And so in a lot of ways, I'm trying to think how I want to deal with this. We don't want to, do I want to restrict them? No, we don't want to restrict them to Area 1 only. But we do need to restrict them, so we're going to change and make a new zone that we're going to go here. Manage zone, new zone. The name of the zone is Danger. And this zone is Clean. And we're going to say expand, and I'm going to go right up here and say everything on this side of the map is a no. And then we'll go zone, manage, invert, okay, schedule, danger. Well, you stay in clean, because clean's more restrictive than danger. So we're basically going to put everyone on this side of the map and just leave that alone. Let's see, you hope companies that who have devs look at them what happened to the makers of Cities Skylines and rushing out the release. That's a problem we have these days, is the early access has created this trend, and there's financial reasons for it as well. Like, the game companies don't have enough money to continue to not release their game, so they go early access to get that influx of money to continue finishing their game. There's a lot that goes into that decision. But you do have a lot that goes, okay, early access, you get out early, you get your money, you get your feedback, you improve. But it's kind of one of those things now that early access, there's like a fatigue that people are kind of getting tired of games coming out. They're not in a good place. They're half-baked. And you're like, okay, but I really just want to play the finished game. I've gotten to the point, for content creation reasons, I'll play a lot of early access games so y'all can see them. But generally speaking, a lot of games that are early access, I'll play it like on stream, and I'll be like, okay, you sit over there, and I'll be back to you when you're closer to done. Some exceptions apply. With that said, I am getting towards the end of stream so far as time, and I've got an ad break here in 4 minutes that I cannot kick down the can anymore. I've timed that out, so I want to wrap up the stream before that happens. But thanks so much for everyone who's been tuning in. I do stream 5 days a week, every day, but Thursdays and Fridays from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST and all that good stuff. I play a whole range of games, including RimWorld, but I am a variety streamer, so I play Project Zomboid, RimWorld, lots of city builders, settlement builders, colony builders, the occasional roguelite, slice of life, life sim, like your Stardew Valleys, all that kind of stuff. I play a pretty wide range of games here, but if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. For those over on YouTube and TikTok, the stream will be abruptly ending, because there's no such thing as raiding over there, but for those over here on Twitch, hang out. We're going to go find someone for us to raid. I'm going to try and be quick about it. That way you don't get caught with that ad break, because nobody likes ads. But thank you so much for everyone